What do we have tonight, Mayor? 2 proclamations?
2.
Okay.
Yep, you're, wow.
Good job.
All right.
No one ever does that. What are you talking about?
Good evening, everyone. Welcome back to the College Station City Council regular meeting. We're coming out of executive session, and I hereby announce that the date is the 27th of August, 2026, and the time is 6 p.m. I do have a couple of announcements to make coming out of executive session, so let me make those now. The first one is that the council direct city staff to review the funding agreement with the Greater Brazos Partnership related to funding of plug and play and proceed with terminating the funding agreement. So that is direction to city staff, city manager to follow up on that and complete the proceed with the terminating of the funding agreement. That's the first announcement that comes out of executive session. The second one, the council directs staff to amend the real estate contract with the Corinth Group to sell approximately half of the city's 28 acres next to Costco to the Corinth Group and the remaining approximate half to Bass Pro for one of Bass Pro's retail stores. The council directs city staff to finalize the real estate contract and economic development agreement with the Corinth Group and to finalize the real estate contract with Bass Pro and the accompanying economic development agreement with Bass Pro that will include incentives that will be finalized and be available to the public before the vote will be taken. The agreements should come back to the council no later than council's September 24th meeting for a vote. The direction clear enough for the city management to proceed?
Yeah, I mean, first I've heard of it, but
Okay.
yeah, so for the public, just so you understand, the direction that's given is to negotiate the final agreement. Obviously, we've been in discussions. Once we have the final agreement, the specific details of everything will be released. And then I think the intention is to present those at the next council meeting where there won't be a vote, but everybody will be able to comment. And then at the following council meeting would be the first time council would entertain a vote.
Thank you. We'll look forward to wrapping all that up on the meeting on the 24th. So if all of this works out, which we expect it to, it'll be exceptionally good news to put on the market some exceedingly high-quality property and attracting some really great businesses to College Station. Therefore, no vote or action otherwise was taken in the executive session. Therefore, we will return to the regular session agenda. And if I get my agenda out, we'll move on to Pledge of Allegiance, invocation, and, well, we don't have any absence requests, so we won't have one of those. So if you'll rise and join me in the Pledge of Allegiance and Councilmember Wright will lead us in the invocation. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state under God, one and indivisible.
Please continue standing. Let us pray. Heavenly Father, as a new school year begins, we lift up the thousands of students returning to classrooms across our community. Whether they are beginning school for the very first time, returning to our local schools, or starting a new semester at Texas A&M or Blinn, we pray that this year will be filled with learning, new friendships, exciting opportunities, and success. Keep our students safe. Give them confidence as they face new challenges, and remind them to seek your guidance along the way. We also give special thanks for our teachers and administrators and all who have dedicated themselves to educating, encouraging, and caring for our young people. Bless them with patience, energy, wisdom, and a renewed sense of purpose. Remind them that the work they do each and every day makes a lasting difference, not only in the lives of their students, but also in the future of this community. Lord, guide this council tonight as we make decisions that impact our citizens and the future of College Station. Help us listen carefully, work together respectfully, and remember that our community has entrusted us with the responsibility to lead and to serve. And as always, we give thanks for the many people on the front lines of our community, our first responders, our city employees, healthcare workers, and others whose dedication and service help make College Station a safe and welcoming place. We ask all of these things in your name. Amen.
Amen. We have quite a few speakers tonight, and I want to make a few comments about speaker protocol. But before that, I will move to the proclamation section of our agenda. We are doing two proclamations tonight, so we'll begin with a presentation proclaiming the month of September 26th as Childhood Cancer Awareness Month. And I welcome Lindsay Boland and Adams Army founder Catherine Bradley and other Army family members to come forward and center yourselves up here. I'll come down and read the summary of the proclamation from down below. Thank you. We got the whole Army, half the Army up here. Oh, how are you?
Hi.
Good to see you again.
Good to see you.
Yes, thank you. I'll proceed with the reading of this summary of the proclamation. For the first proclamation, which is Childhood Cancer Awareness Month. As mayor of College Station, I join the Brazos County Judge Dwayne Peters and Bryan Mayor Bobby Gutierrez in proclaiming September as Childhood Cancer Awareness Month to honor lost loved ones, celebrate survivors, and support families. We encourage everyone to join the Color Brazos Valley Gold initiative by wearing gold on Wednesdays and decorating local spaces. These efforts culminate on September 23rd with a community celebration and Children's Cancer Muster, which I attended last year, and it was a very well done event. So I am presenting the proclamation here on this, and we'll do a photo op. Oh, you gotta go up there.
I'll get in the back.
Tall in the back, and slide up the front, smaller ones up front. And we gotta center ourselves under that. You gonna stand right here? That's fine. Let me get the, you receiving it? Can I have
There you go. Pretend like you like each other. All right.
All right. Well, a very important challenge in our community is looking after the little ones that have cancer. It's almost a heart-tugging situation, and one that I'm pleased to know there's an organization that really highlights that and makes its best efforts. Okay, second agenda item of proclamation is a presentation proclaiming the week of August 31st through September 4th as Texas Extension Education Associate Week. And I think Joe Beth Wolf will be coming forward. I'd like to welcome Dr. Joyce Kavanaugh, Nellen Quinteros, Holly Narrow, Alice Kirk, and members of the Texas Extension Education Association, wherever they are, there they are, to come forward, and I will read the summary, but you can just take your spots back here, and I will welcome you all to City Hall. Thank you. I'll read the, we got a large group. Thank you, Joe Beth, for organizing this. Okay. Texas Extension Education Association Week Proclamation. As mayor, I proclaim August 31 through September 4th as Texas Extension Education Association Week in College Station. Originally founded here in 1926 as the Texas Home Demonstration Association, the organization returns to its roots to celebrate its 100th anniversary. We mark a century of empowering Texas families through lifelong learning, leadership development, and volunteerism in partnering with Texas A&M AgriLife Extension. 1926, that's 12 years senior to the city of College Station, which we didn't get officially started till 1938. Okay, let me present this proclamation and we'll take another photo.
We might have y'all scoot in a little bit.
There you go.
Could I actually have you two come stand over here this time?
Oh, we just got to balance
The
it out.
exact, yeah, it's the exact opposite of what we did before. All right, perfect. 3, 2, 1. Wonderful.
Whenever that is. Whenever that is on the calendar, I'll be there.
Yeah, Tuesday. We'll see you Tuesday.
Thank you. Okay. That completes our proclamations for this evening. Let me get back to the podium, or back to the dais, and we'll pick up the meeting from there. We do have a lot of public hearings tonight, and we got quite a few speakers lined up. So I'm going to read the background material on the speaker protocol. I don't do it every meeting, but occasionally it's good to remind ourselves. And this is in the document that you might have picked up outside or online. An individual who desires to address the City Council regarding any agenda item other than those items posted in executive session must register City Secretary 2 hours before the meeting being called to order. Individuals shall register to speak or provide written comments at meeting being called to order at a particular address. I'll leave it unsaid. College Station City Council to provide a name and a phone number by calling that phone number 979-764-3500. Of course, those of the people who signed up to speak already know that, but this is good information for everybody. Upon being called to speak, an individual must state their name and city of residence, including the state of residence of the city where the residence in the city is located, if it's located out of state. Speakers are encouraged to identify College Station neighborhood or geographic location. Please don't carry purses, briefcases, or backpacks, liquids, food, or other objects other than your papers that you're going to use for presentation or a personal electronic device to the lectern, nor advance past the lectern unless you are invited to do so. Comments should not personally attack other speakers, council, or staff. Each speaker's remarks are limited to 3 minutes. Any speaker addressing council using a translator gets 6 minutes. And of course, we have tonight one presentation where 5 people are joining together to support one speaker for 10 minutes. I will add that not particularly stated in here, but I note that there's quite a few individuals that are indicated that they are candidates for council positions or the mayor's position that want to speak tonight. Perfectly fine, no problem with that. But they're bound by the same rules that the members on the dais who happen to be involved in the election as well, and that is that you do not use this 3 minutes as a electioneering opportunity. If you, during the Hear Visitor session, you're expected to speak on some topic not listed on the agenda. And if you're speaking on an agenda item, you wait your turn. And when I call you, same rule applies. It's not here for electioneering. That's just simply a statement that we all live with, and the same thing applies to the folks on the dais as well. So I'm sure that won't be a problem. Just a friendly reminder. So let me move now to the Hear Visitors portion. I'll take these in the order that they were given to me, and Mr. Roy May is first person to be called forward to speak under Hear Visitors. Mr. May, welcome.
Yeah. Make sure I got this. All right.
Yeah, tall guy needs to pull that thing up.
It's good, yeah. Mayor and council, good evening. My name is Roy May. I live in Southwood Valley, College Station, Texas. Flock cameras have obviously become an ongoing hot button issue in our community, and I wanted to address one specific part of that conversation tonight. And I know they're a hot button issue because after I filed, literally the first message I got was regarding Flock. I think it's important to acknowledge that Flock has demonstrated real value as a law enforcement tool. The numbers we've seen involving warrants, stolen vehicles, and missing persons make that pretty clear. At the same time, I think supporting an effective law enforcement tool and asking reasonable questions about privacy and oversight are completely compatible. On August 13th, Flock changed its recommended data retention period from 30 days to 7 days. College Station currently retains that data still for 30 days. So my primary question tonight is simply this. Since Flock made that change, has the city or police department reviewed our current 30-day retention policy, and has reducing it to 7 days been discussed or considered? I'm not standing here tonight saying that 7 days is necessarily the right answer. I'm asking whether we've looked at it, and if we have, what factors led us to either change or maintain our current policy. My understanding is that information connected to an active investigation can still be preserved when there's a legitimate law enforcement need for it. If that's the case, I think it's fair to ask what public safety purpose is served by retaining all the remaining data for the 30 days rather than 7. The other piece of this is transparency. We know that access is restricted and activity within the system is logged, but I think residents should have a clear understanding of the oversight behind these safeguards. Who's responsible for reviewing access laws and ensuring the system is being used appropriately? How frequently are those audits conducted? What happens if someone accesses information outside of an appropriate law enforcement purpose? And are those policies and audit procedures available to the public in a way that residents can reasonably understand? And those aren't accusations, they're questions about guardrails. And there's some urgency to getting answers to these questions because the city's current agreement with Flock, from what I can tell, is approaching its renewal period. The original agreement were approved on September 25th of last year for a one-year term. I would appreciate it if the city would confirm the exact expiration or renewal date and also clarify what the process will be for deciding whether those agreements are renewed. If we're approaching a decision about continuing the program, that seems like an appropriate time to evaluate not only whether Flock has been effective, but whether the policies governing it still reflect the balance this community wants between public safety and privacy. Technology changes, company policies change, and our own policies should be periodically reviewed as those circumstances change. So I'm really asking for three things tonight. Have we considered moving from 30-day retention to 7 days? Can we provide residents with greater transparency about the oversight and accountability measures governing access to that data? And can the city clarify the timeline and process for the upcoming Flock contract renewal? I think answering these questions openly would go a long way toward maintaining public trust while still allowing our police officers to use a tool that has demonstrated real safety value. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. May. Next person up will be, actually it's a group presentation, Mr. Peter Bastian. If you'll come forward, and the four others signed up, I think, are sitting next to you. Would you just stand and identify for the council that they're okay? Thank you very much. You're representing this. So, Mr. Bastian, you have 10 minutes.
Fantastic. Thank you, Mr. Mayor, distinguished members of council. Thank you for giving me the chance to speak to you, as always. My name is Peter Bastian. I live in Pebble Creek in College Station. This week's council meeting marks the 4-year anniversary of the City of College Station's purchase of the 103,000 square foot Macy's building at the Post Oak Mall. 4 years. 4 years after that, the building sits empty, and the city's all-in cost, I think you can reasonably come to about $2 million more than what the original purchase price of $7.3 million was. And with each passing day, the building continues to deteriorate and be less desirable to a buyer. Now, I don't want to necessarily revive old talking points. What's done is done, and what's happened, happened. So what am I asking for? I've got a few things, just some ideas on what I think. What I found in the information that I looked at looked to me like a process failure of some kind. Can't tell what it is. Communication, clarity of goals, lack of guidance. It's hard to tell, but I think the process did fail. I'd expect that our city government would not repeat this kind of an error again. Take these lessons and learn from them. I do think the postmortem is in order. I haven't seen one. I don't know that there is one, but a postmortem by the very people who actually have all the information for the benefit of a new incoming council and the citizens of the community, I think would be a good idea. I would like to see our council and city staff stay laser focused on the actual role of the city in economic development. That role is not to be a commercial property developer or a commercial property manager. That role should be to be a catalyst for development and incentivize private commercial developers to locate their businesses in College Station. Bass Pro Shop, a welcoming announcement today. That's great. There's a huge difference, though, between those two perspectives, and I hope we have learned something. I think there needs to be a clear line that will not be crossed unless the circumstances represent some existential threat. There was no such threat associated with the Macy's decision. The fact is that we got out of our lane on that one. Now, transparency, 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 that's my next thing. Here's my transparency trailblazer coin. It has a 2026 stamp on it. Okay, so Macy's happened in 2022. But the process that led to the Macy's decision, based on what I've seen, was far from transparent. You are all familiar with how many of our agenda packets contain well over 1,000 pages. You guys have experienced that personally. You are all aware of how many valuable details and information on city initiatives and council approval items that these agendas have. Thousands of pages. The agenda packet, oh, and these are public, of course. The agenda packet from the August 25th, 2022 council meeting that included the $7.3 million decision to buy Macy's had a half a page for that agenda item. This was all the Macy's information in the agenda packet, half a page. This was a project that the city had been working on for almost 2 years. It was a $7.3 million ask. A half a page. It's a fair bet that there was more information that was relevant to that decision that I feel should have been in that agenda packet. For some reason, it wasn't. Back to the transparency question, right? More relevant information, like the official appraisal report that was not in the agenda packet. I have the executive summary of the appraisal reports from Coldwell Banker Real Estate in Houston, CBRE. The only problem with the appraisal report is that it's dated September 13th, 2022, almost 3 weeks after the council voted unanimously to approve that purchase. And I don't see how a $7.3 million decision was made on a half page worth of packet information without the appraisal report that the council could have read for themselves. And it clearly states that the Macy's property was worth $6.5 million at the low end, only if you spent at least $1 million, maybe more, in deferred maintenance items that needed to be fixed. Those included HVAC replacement, roof leak repairs, and mold remediation. And all of that information was provided by the City of College Station to CBRE so that they could prepare their appraisal estimate. Now, the picture you see on your screen here is from December 2023 grand opening of a family entertainment complex in Killeen, Texas, called Area 254. The two gentlemen that you see there in the middle celebrating that grand opening are Jim Lewis and Chris Wright. Now, I've done a deep dive into the 2022 Macy's purchase decision. I've read all the documents that you can get on Public and TexAgs and all that, and I requested additional documents, and I got them. From that information, it is clear that in 2022, both of these men were heavily involved in an attempted private commercial redevelopment of the Macy's building into a family entertainment complex that they wanted to call Area 12. Area 12. Earlier this year, Area 254 announced a 40,000 square foot expansion. Business must be good. We could have had an Area 254 in our Macy's building if the city had stayed in its lane. There's a lesson there for how we make decisions in the future. Thank you for listening.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Bastian. Next is Ivan Sevrek, I'm sorry. I've pronounced that several times, and I'm never quite certain that good Czech name. Srevček.
Yeah, I'm in Srevček, so don't get it.
Yeah, pull that mic over closer to you. There you go.
So, Mayor, council members, I'd like to say first, I didn't state my place. I'm Ivan Srevček from Bryan. I work down south in Welborn. And I'd like to say, first of all, thank you for having the flock safety cameras be an agenda item in the form of a workshop last month. My note from that meeting that I want to talk about tonight is the thought that no misuse has happened here in Bryan College Station. I don't think I focused enough on it, but I have mentioned this topic before. I found some things in the Bryan Flock Search audit logs. Yep. Anyway, so I've narrowed this down a little bit. I removed some columns that aren't really useful and squeezed things together. The important thing to look at here is that column right in the middle that says reason. Now, this isn't a search term that helps in finding information. It is a statement of the law enforcement reason for conducting that search. So if we look here at Shenandoah, Texas Police Department performed one search across 330 networks for the law enforcement reason of protest. Then on the next line, Sugar Land has one for the reason protest subject. I didn't find any corresponding news articles to match protest to either of those, but the search by the Garland Police Department was a little bit easier with the stated reason of 3/19/24 City Council protest. They did have a City Council meeting that day with a number of speakers presenting their protests to a local bomb manufacturer. Then, a little closer to home, we have the Brazos County Sheriff's Department, 3 times for the stated reason of protest. And it looks like there was a protest about CPS at the courthouse the day before with no related crimes reported. Then next, we have Lubbock with 2 searches for the stated reason of protest that line up with a small protest about immigration and bullying related to people who have immigrated. Then, following a No Kings protest on June 25th of 2025, Lubbock went all in with 63 searches for a protest vehicle, even though I couldn't find any mention of disturbance or crimes associated with the protests and various news reports about that. These logs were from Bryan PD, but every single search came from an agency that College Station shares data with today. There were many more other agencies that had searches like this, but again, every single one of these is from an agency that College Station PD currently shares data with. Our local networks have already been misused, and they will be misused again and again. You can't control a system like this with local policies and local search audit logs that have been redacted for officer information and everything else, because it's searched 14,000 times a day by others.
Thank you very much. Just confirming that was data from the Bryan PD that was searched by organizations that can also search the College Station one. That's how you predicated everything, correct?
Yes. this
Okay,
was-
just want to make clear.
Yep.
Thank you. Next item, next person will be Mr. Sam Baker. You have 3 minutes, Mr. Baker. Baker, is he online? Sam Baker? Don't see him coming forward. He's not online, right? I guess it didn't say it was online, so not a virtual. Okay. Well, if he comes in before the end of this, we'll take him. Otherwise, he's missed his opportunity. Kyle Abraham. Kyle Abraham will be
Mayor,
followed.
I think Mr. Baker may be present.
That's him back.
Oh, Mr. Baker. I'm sorry, I didn't see you back there. You've got your 3 minutes.
Hello?
Yes, you got 3 minutes. Please proceed.
Yeah. Sam Baker, located out of the barracks in College Station.
Okay.
I'm currently a student at Texas A&M studying engineering. The reason I come here today is to express my concern over our city's growing adoption of flock cameras. My message is simple. This country was founded with certain unalienable rights believed by our founders to be given to us by our Creator. Those rights being life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. But another part of that document our government often likes to forget is that to secure these rights, governments are instituted among men, deriving their just powers from the consent of the governed. That whatever form, any form of government becomes destructive of these ends, it is the right of the people to alter or abolish it and to institute new government, laying its foundation on such principles and organizing its powers in such form as to them shall seem most likely to affect their safety and happiness. Now, the point of me bringing this up isn't to say that we should dismantle any kind of local government, nor do I want to encourage that. I bring this up because of the message it gives us as citizens and to you as government. Yes, your job is to protect life, liberty, and pursuit of happiness. That much is true, but at what cost? What good is safety if we have to give up our rights to basic privacy to get there? I'm sure most of you have children, correct? Okay. Well, would it interest you to hear about how these cameras are being illegally accessed by personnel like employees, government, police, and really also anybody else who wants to? More interesting is what these individuals have been documented doing during these sessions. I'll go down the list for those of you who aren't aware. Have you guys heard of Officer Christian Morales? Anybody? Okay. He was arrested in January of this year. Nobody knows why?
You're speaking, we can't respond. By state law, we can't respond because it's not an agenda item. So you're speaking, thank you.
Okay. So I'll continue. He used flock cameras to track someone's vehicle for non-police purposes. And investigators found that Officer Morales had made 7 searches on flock between October 7th and October 14th, with 5 for the victim's cars and 2 for his brother. This victim was actually a woman that he had just met at like a trade show, and he illegally accessed these systems as a trusted law enforcement officer. Johnson County Sheriff.
You have 8 seconds left.
Okay. Am I allowed to?
Well, your time is up, sir. We got your point. You're not referencing College Station incidents, you're referencing public information.
I'm referencing that you have an obligation to outright.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Mr. Kyle Abraham will be followed by Cody Fox.
Good evening.
Good evening, sir.
Thanks so much for having me.
Welcome.
My name is Kai Abraham. I'm in the Southwood community. Been in College Station for about 10 years and love it here. I didn't want to talk about flock cameras tonight. As it'll be mentioned a little bit later, our data has been searched just under 3 million times, with our police accounting for way under 1% of that. The most recent city council workshop on the flock contract ended up showing that, I'm losing my track. The consensus was that no action was needed just because no misuse has occurred. Our data is shared with 493 external agencies, and we have no control or accountability over those. The concern becomes more serious when we look at those examples. Some examples of the agencies that have access to that network. A recent audit shows that over 26,000 search events associated with Fort Bend County Sheriff's Office had a lieutenant who searched flock data to stalk a woman. Deer Park Police Department, over 6,000 events, and its own internal audit found that the officer had misused flock for stalking an individual. Temple Police Department had 11,000 events and found that they were also searching for illegitimate purposes. Other agencies appearing on College Station logs, including Pasadena, Katy, Baytown, Harris County, and Lufkin, have faced allegations, investigations, or reviews involving improper flock use. Our flock data is shared with all of those above departments. Every resident of College Station and Bryan is unknowingly relying on those policies, audits, and personnel of these outside agencies to keep our privacy, and we have no control over those. From the above examples, it's clear that there has been some misuse. Fortunately, we have a great police department. Unfortunately, we don't know about how great the other 493 are. I understand that you, as the City Council, have often long hours, lots of sacrifice, and have tough decisions to make, and we truly are grateful. Thank you so much for doing that for us. I hope that this information, although a little bit, can make one more decision easier for you guys, and thank you so much for having me.
Thank you very much, sir. Next person is Cody Fox, who will be followed by John Hamilton.
Good evening, Council. My name is Cody Fox, and I live in the Wellborn community. I would like to start this evening off with a number. 2,935,042. That is the number of searches on the CSPD Flock Network Audit Log from October 16, 2025 to July 29, 2026. Nearly 3 million searches. This number is concerning considering Chief Couch presented that they only average about 10 searches a day. So where do they come from? CSPD shares access to our network with 493 other agencies found in these audit logs. Here's a graph showing just the top 50 users of our network. Number 1 is Houston PD with 640,284 searches. Number 2 is Dallas PD with 464,701 searches. Now you may be wondering where we fall on this list. On the next page, it ranks 70 with 5,603 searches. CSPD makes up 0.19% of the usage of our own network. This issue alone brings up many concerning questions. My biggest concern is how does the CSPD flock safety policy that was presented to council as a safeguard really protect us when it doesn't apply to 99.81% of the users of our network? Who holds them responsible? Because as you have heard, there are multiple agencies on our list that have abused their flock access privileges, and there is no reason to believe our network wasn't used in their crimes. My next concerning question is about jurisdiction. Has this even been addressed? Why can Houston PD perform hundreds of thousands of searches in our city unchecked without a warrant? Also, why are our tax dollars footing the bill for a tool that we get 0.19% usage from? These numbers do not make sense. Another concerning topic you have also heard about is that we were promised that there is no capability with this system to search for people and that CSPD does not perform these searches. Yet on July 16th, object class people search shows up 4 times. It is possible to search for people, and it has happened. We were told on July 23rd it can't and it won't. You as a council should receive accurate information regarding such a technology. While we're on the topic of transparency with the council, you and the citizens should know that the transparency portal that was presented in the July 23rd meeting was not asked for by CSPD until 2 days before the meeting. And they were not shown how to use it until the day of July 23rd. 10 months of use, and the transparency portal wasn't in effect. We have stood up here since February pointing these things out, calling out the usage creep of this system, and it has come to fruition. Soon you will all be retired, and the infrastructure you put into place without the voice of the people will remain. We don't want Flock, we don't want Axon, we don't want ALPRs. Please vote against renewing the contract in September. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Next person up is John Hamilton, to be followed by Shirley DePriest.
Hello, Council. My name is John Hamilton. I live in College Station, Texas, and I'm also here to speak about the Flock Network audit logs. In the city's own transparency page, under What's Not Detected, it lists 4 things: facial recognition, people, gender, race. Next to it is a CSPD ALPR policy. It says the system records license plate letters and numbers, date and time, etc. That's the promise the city has made to its residents. This is from the network log the city produced on an open records request. This is CSPD officer searches. On Thursday, July 16th, an officer ran a series of free-form searches. Please take note the object class column. There are different types of free-form searches that can occur. The officer first ran a vehicle search, looking for a motorcycle. Then once his search was blocked, he switched to object class people. Black helmet, black backpack, blue pants. That is not a plate. That is not a vehicle. That is a description of clothing. In this photo, you can see the difference of the object classes. On the left, boxes are around and identify people, and on the right, boxes are drawn around vehicles. This is 2 different things, and this is how Flock's AI categorizes things. Flock's own product page advertises this type of searches they can run. They tell you they can run things like man in blue shirt and cowboy hat. They allow this type of searching with natural language to identify people. Now, you can only search for people if you choose the integrated video feed, which College Station chose to get. As you can see from this invoice, the city has this integrated freeform video streams. So the vendor advertises the capability, the city bought the capability, the audit logs show the capability being used, and yet the public-facing policy says that the capability does not exist. People are being detected. This transparency portal needs to be updated today. You do not get to use this technology and be wrong about what it's detecting. This is another example of Flock misleading our own police, and then they relay false information to the public. and another example of the people in charge of this technology not understanding everything it can do. The city needs to cancel our contract with Flock. I'm asking you to make a statement, not just wait for it to expire. Make a statement and cancel it and say, no, Flock, we don't want you here. You've told too many lies. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, sir. Shirley DePriest.
Good evening. My name is Shirley DuPriest. I live in Southside, and I'm here to thank the Parks Department. Our neighborhood has a 100-year-old oak tree in the local park that was being sort of engulfed with vines, and it's the tree that has had thousands of pictures and thousands of photographs, probably hundreds of proposals. It's a part of our community, and it is definitely the face that we show Texas A&M because it's just a block away. It was being engulfed by vines. I sent a letter or an email to the Parks Department, and they responded along with some encouragement and did a wonderful job. The tree is back to its normal self and doing well. So thank you.
Thank you very much. We'll be sure that department gets the message. Thank you all for all your presentations on here visitors. That's the last person I have signed up. So we will move on to the consent agenda. Let me turn the page. I think there are, 12 items? Yeah, 7.1 to 7.12. Any council member wish to, I know there's a lot of questions today to staff. Hopefully some of those questions are already answered, but do you have more questions you wish to ask? And no question to be asked? Okay. There are no questions to be asked on the consent agenda. Therefore, the chair will accept a motion regarding the approval of all the items 7.1 through 7.12.
Make a motion, Mayor.
I have a motion for Mr. White, a second for Mr. Shafer. Any further discussion? If none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries unanimously. The consent agenda is approved, and I will make a side note that I do appreciate council, and I know it's a lot of work on staff, but getting questions answered prior to the meeting, some of them minor, some of them more substantive kinds of questions, it always helps to move the agenda along. So we will move now. We don't have a workshop agenda tonight, so we will move directly into the regular agenda, and I do have individuals that wish to speak on some of these items. So when we get to them, the first one is a public hearing, presentation, discussion, possible action on the City of College Station 2027 advertised ad valorem tax rate of 0.530254 per 100 valuation, resulting in an increase in tax revenues. Mr. Wood.
Yeah, I'm gonna go before Mary Ellen. Okay. So I'm gonna do a little bit. I put it as an introduction. I think everybody knows we try to do a good job of putting lots of information out. You guys get to hear the budget many times, but in the past, we haven't really gone over what that is right before you all take all the votes.
And this is the tax item, the budget item follows, but you're covering both together.
Yeah, budget, because it is supported by the tax rate. So we're going to talk about that in a minute. So you're going to have 4 separate items tonight you're going to go through. I'll let Mary Ellen handle that. And of course, we'll be here for questions. But what I'm going to do is try to go over some of the basics of the budget. So not all the presentation that you guys have seen previously. I pulled some different things from it. We're certainly here for any questions or on any of it that you have, but I want to talk about some of the basic things based on questions you've asked me to explain or others that I've heard as it relates to this budget. Okay, so first of all, you'll see this in a minute, and this really talks about the tax rate. And if you remember the last time you set the hearing And basically, that was the highest tax rate that you can call, which is, you can see the 53.0254, which is the voter approval rate. We did not recommend, nor did you put the rate at the voter approval rate with the increment, which is that higher number. So that's what we're really talking about from a recommendation rate. The no new revenue rate, which is the 50.6934 for everybody, is the rate that would generate the same amount of revenue off existing properties as we had last year. So just kind of two key items there. Real quickly on here, I want to talk about, if you look up at the debt service fund and the general fund, just so folks understand, your tax rate's made up of two pieces. The debt service fund, or the INS, which is basically where you pay for all the bond type projects that we issue bonds for, construction of things. So that's part of what we'll talk about in capital. And then when you look at the 30.92 cents, that's the O&M rate, or M&O if you're a government person. And that basically is what pays for all the people and ongoing costs that we have in the city. All right, so let's talk about this. Another thing that people ask pretty much every year is they either say, why don't you or do you plan out in the future? And yes, we do virtually everything at least 5 years out, and you'll find this in the budget documents and our forecasts, both from a capital and an ongoing cost expense. And so what this basically shows you is what our projected total recurring revenues are and what our expenses are. And we always present and adopt balanced budgets. And so that's what this kind of shows. And again, you've got some caveats in here, and it shows some things about if we assume an inflation rate, if we assume that we're going to adopt the voter approval rate, and you get down to this bottom line. And if you got the parentheses around it, that's not where you want to be, but as long as you're close, then basically you're balanced, right? Because as we go out in future years, things change and we don't know exactly what they're going to be like. But essentially, this shows that we're trending where we want to be. If we're spending more money, if that's what council does, we're supporting it with revenue. So that's basically what this shows. But everything we do, we look out at that 5-year forecast, because decisions we make today certainly affect our ongoing costs in the future. Okay, so where does that money go when we're talking about O&M? One of the things I want to talk about as it relates to tax rate is a lot of times you hear something, and you would hear it in my own household. I would like to pay less in taxes and have more services, right? I mean, that's pretty universal. A lot of times those arguments are divorced from each other, but they are very much married. Generally speaking, our revenues come from 3 places. The highest percentage, a little over a third, comes from property taxes. About a third comes from sales tax, and a third comes from fees and other things that we collect, right? The one we talk about the most is property taxes, for obvious reasons. Sales tax we budget in and we receive that, and then same thing with fees, but most of this comes around property taxes. So where does that go? If you're taking in more revenue, both from existing properties and any new property value that comes on to your taxing, what are we doing with it? And so I picked some of these, and I'm going to reference some places in the budget so you can go look at more detailed information. But I think it's important to understand what you're looking at. So just as a note, if you were to say, what is the difference in recurring funding in a year if you were to go from what we are recommending, what I recommended is from a staff perspective, under the voter approval rate, and cut it back to the no new revenue rate, you'd be talking about having to reduce the budget on the O&M side a little over $3 million. Okay, so if you want to bring it all the way down to last year's and do the no new revenue rate, you got to cut $3 million out. So where are you cutting that from? Well, this is one of the places. So these are the proposed staffing and SLAs. So SLA, service level adjustment. This is essentially new things that we're bringing onto the program, right? So we have our current employees, we have our current stuff that we're doing year in and out. This is what it looks like this year. This is being proposed in the budget. And you can see, obviously, police at, you've got the one-time and the recurring. I would focus on the recurring. For those of you thinking about tax rate, that's the most important part. 1.1 coming from police, 450,000 from public works. You can go down the line and see those. Fire at 40,000 this year. They're lower than they have been. We added 12 firefighters last year and 12 before that. They don't have any this year. And so you can see that the FTEs, full-time equivalents, 19 in the general fund. Again, we have other funds, electric, water, wastewater, that we can talk about, but because we're talking about tax rate, keeping it to the general fund. So again, as has been the pattern, I think, in College Station for a long time, but certainly under my 7+ budgets here, we see a heavy tint towards public safety personnel. So out of the 19 personnel we're adding in the general fund, 8 of them in the police department, 6 uniformed officers and 2 civilians. And we'll get to that in a minute. None in fire this year, and then Public Works is that Public Works crew. So again, if you were going to go from, let's say, the voter approval rate that's recommended to the no new revenue rate, which again, all the way back, you're looking at about the cost of all the people that we added this year. Okay, so this is what I talked about. This is just police, fire, and public works, because although we talk about everything, this makes up a majority of our budget. Public safety is always over half. You'll see a stat on that in a minute. But this is mostly for people to understand what do those service level adjustments look like. So if you go into Appendix B of the budget, in the back, you'll go down, and this is what it makes it up. So you see we've got a description of what the cost is for those officers, and obviously they have cars, a volunteer coordinator, and again, you can go on down the line, and this breaks out what the cost is. So again, if you're talking about removing things or lowering the tax rate, if it's things that you're adding this year, this and then everything else in Appendix B is the list you're looking at. All right, the other big component of additional funds is raises, right? So this is different than adding new personnel. This is how we're paying for the people that we have currently. And again, you can see the breakdown, as you would imagine. Majority of it, about $2 million out of the 3.4 resides in public safety, and then you can look again down the line as you break those up. So again, that would be equivalent basically of what you'd be doing if you were reducing the tax rate. And probably the way to say it better is this is what you are using the additional revenue for. You are using it to increase pay for your personnel. Majority of it going to public safety because they're the largest portion. You're doing it to increase the positions that we just showed. So I want people to understand that when you're seeing an increase in revenue, that's where it's going. And then because we always get asked about public safety, where does it sit? You can see generally in our budgets, public safety sits at around 50%. It's a little higher over the last few years. We've definitely been adding, but we brought a new fire station on, so you're going to see that tick up a little bit. But again, those are those ongoing costs. Okay, capital. So this is the other side of that tax rate, one thing we talked about. And I've seen talked a lot about this budget cycle. So I'm going to explain this a little bit and answer some questions that have been raised. We talked a little about last time. But what is this list? So I would say this year, I think everyone would agree, we spent the most time I ever have in my time here, the council did reviewing capital needs and capital projects, which is an ongoing process, right? This is a plan. This is how we do it. The biggest concern I heard is, this is all budgeted out and we have no capacity for 5 years. What are we going to do? And specifically, I think some of that question comes around TerraFab. And I understand it. I kind of said this last time, but I want to point out as you look at this, what this really looks like. So I'll actually tell you, while you won't see TerraFab anywhere in the budget, and mostly that's a timing issue, we do a very good job, in my opinion, of planning strategically for the future for lots of things. And I'm going to show you why you really shouldn't be concerned about whether you have flexibility to address things in TerraFab. Now, I will tell you, I don't know what exactly the ask related to TerraFab is when people say what if, that I'm not trying to define, but I want to show you the capacity. So Public Works facility is the largest item. Again, can always talk about that. I could spend a long time talking about that. I think if you're talking about investments in future infrastructure, there is no better investment than our Public Works facility. It's the oldest facility we have. It's older than me, and our city has grown immensely since then. I won't go through all the work that they do and the facilities they have, but I see this in many ways, almost like last year and the year before when we were talking about water wells. And we came in and we said, we're going to need $90 million for water wells. And at the time, just like this, it's a big number. So people are like, man, that is a lot of money, and understandably so. And question, do we really need these water wells? And what I would say is I don't think that would be a question now. I think we're really fortunate that we made those investments. But set that aside, because that's money that if it gets spent on this project, it would be on a specific purpose. So it's not really flexible, right? That's more to the concern people might have. So let's go down and look at some of these. And you can look at the Midtown Business Park, the road, the utilities related to baseball, the signage, Texas Independence Park. I would put those in a similar category. Those are specific items, assuming we spend that money, that is capacity that you're gonna utilize. And then we get down to kind of the parks area, and this is where things change a little bit. So we have outlined Wolfpen Creek and neighborhood parks. Again, for the sake of talking about capacity, let's assume that those get spent. We spend 7 and we spend 5 million, so that capacity is gone. Now we get to kind of an interesting one, Hensel Park. So we have $10 million allocated in our debt capacity for Hensel Park. However, our kind of stated strategy is in the area that Hensel Park exists, we have our largest concentration of high-rises, which pay our largest park fees. And we have the projected amount, the equivalent of that 10 million in parks fees. Now, we'll take legislative action if we were to invest that in Hensel Park or a change in ownership, because we don't own the land, but we think that's totally reasonable. So as you look at this item and you say, well, there's $10 million of capacity that you're using up. If we're able to use our parkland dedication fee for that project instead, all or in part, then that $10 million is gone. It comes off of this list. There's 10 million in capacity right there. I'm going to concentrate most of what I talk about on this next section and then our fund balance. So the concern that I've heard is we don't know what Terrafab or really anything that could come in the future is going to happen, and we're locked in. And what I would say is council spent a lot of time talking about these individual projects, and actually as you look at this bottom list, which saved the University Drive pedestrian corridor crossing, which by the way could also potentially be done utilizing roadway impact fees under a similar idea as the park. Everything else is general. Future street rehab, future street extension, drainage revolver, signals and intersection, various sidewalks, trails. Right, that was done specifically because when you start doing capital outlay for 5 years or 10 years and you've got specific things you want to do, we as staff, certainly council and citizens say, but what about the things we don't know about? What about the Terrafabs? In my time here, we would say, what about COVID? What about Winter Storm Uri? What about a PUC ruling against you, and those sort of things? How are you prepared to either deal with challenges or go after opportunities? And what I would tell you is the 40 some odd $40 million in here that's all allocated for some type of infrastructure absolutely gives you that flexibility, right? So if Terrafab or some other thing, project that obviously would relate from it, said we need to make an infrastructure investment in order to be able to capitalize on it, well, here's a possible capacity right here. This is the street, it's the sidewalk, whatever, or you do it. It's not dedicated to anything, and from a timing perspective, this doesn't all obviously start getting spent in the first year. So that's flexibility. And the final thing, we talk about this, and I'm going to go back to the flexibility piece, but just to help people understand what our fund balance looks like, and you break it down about $102 million, $20 million in discretionary. That's what's being spent on our economic development agreement that we're looking at in baseball, right? We've set that aside and said, hey, this is where that goes. That's why you don't see it from a debt perspective. The smaller number, the $4.6 million staff recommendation, that's for fuel and energy costs. Obviously that's a little bit of a variable right now. If we have to have special elections, we have it set aside if we need to put money in for economic incentives. And then one of the big ones that we've kind of maintained over time is grants matching. And we've been really successful in the last 3 years. If I remember correctly, I think we went from $4 million a year to $8 million a year to $16 million a year in grants. And a lot of times those have matching funds. So we're basically putting something aside in the budget to say we have this ready to match. So those aside, then you come over to the required, which is basically the safety fund that we have so that we can operate the city in case of something happening that creates an issue with our revenue flow, right? We have a very substantial reserve policy. It's one of the things that's noted in our AAA rating. And I should also add, our capital plan and everything we've laid out in here was all considered during that AAA rating. So that's a big part of it. But then I want to get down to this $42.4 million. So I talked about the flexibility, potentially 40 to 50 million in the capital outlay that you could utilize for all these different things that you may see come up, because they're not really specifically outlined. But even if you set all that aside and you maintain a $35 million fund balance, and you have $20 million going to discretionary, and we have $4.6 million that we're saving for specific things, maybe like this $42.4 million is, as it states, an amount available for future contingencies and one-time expenses. This is where we have pulled money from in the past, and would be one of the first places you would look for if an opportunity or challenge presented itself and we all of a sudden needed a significant amount of money to spend on a project, an incentive, like whatever have you. This is where it would come. So I lay that out. I know for council, you've heard all this before, but I think as people start to try to understand what they want to talk to you about the budget, trying to give everybody a little bit of a synopsis of a lot of the long conversations that have happened. And governmental budgeting is not always super clear. So what I'm trying to do is put out there what's there. That doesn't mean everybody wants everything that's in the budget, or that there's not things that people want to put in the budget. What I'm trying to explain is what is there. And that $42.4 million outside of everything else is literally sitting there as an amount available for future contingencies and one-time requests. And I will reiterate what I think our AAA rating says and what everything else says. We are as financially strong a city as there is in the state of Texas. We are very strong tactically in trying to address challenges that we have as they sit now, and we are extremely strong strategically. As I mentioned, when you're a local government, things like the ice storm and COVID and other stuff have come and go, and I don't think there's ever been a time, or I would say on the flip side, the water wells, we were not planning on building all those water wells as soon as we did, but because of the way we operate in the councils before you, and you as a council have budgeted, we have always been able to meet those opportunities and challenges. So I'm going to flip back one quick second on the recurring amount, because again, I know that's always a big topic when you are, whether it's raising a tax rate, and I think it's important for people to understand that if your values go up, even if that tax rate stays the same, people are paying more, right? I think they see it sometimes easier if the tax rate is going up, but really what we always have to consider is that person who's paying taxes, the amount that they're writing the check for is going up, and what are they paying for? The item or the rate we recommend is the voter approval rate, because it allows us to grow the revenue. And what that does is it has allowed us and continues to allow us to make investments in public safety. I will tell you, we are in a great position. Last year, we had an all-time low, a 20-year low when it came to turnover. We are tracking on the same thing this year. We have single digits in both of our public safety departments, which is outstanding. It's been a long time since that's been the case in police. And we have very low vacancy rates in both. And again, it's not all about police and fire, but they do make up a large portion of our workforce. What I will say is, while we have done a very good job on compensation and benefits, we still have room to go. So when we look at these challenges, if we are truly looking at trying to keep up as it relates to compensation, especially as it relates to public safety, for as good as we're doing, there is still work to be done. And raising revenue, which in the case of this year, it means raising the tax rate, is how we're able to do that. All right. That's all I have for now. If you guys have questions, I'll be happy to take them, or I will step aside and let you start running through the.
Well, first of all, thank you for the summary. Mary Ellen will be making her presentation. We will have a public hearing, but I definitely want to allow the council either now, or if they want to ask you questions, or wait till we get the rest of the presentation and then have our discussion. Maybe that's when we would call you back, but I'll open the floor if somebody has a burning question right now. Mr. Yancy, and then Mr. White.
Thank you, Mayor. Just some top-level stuff. Why all $55 million for Public Works in fiscal year 2027?
Well, it's a project that we're trying to get moving and have been working on. So from a standpoint of timing, it makes sense from, as we look at our set of projects, right? And I mean, a good example is these ones down that are more nebulous. Well, we wouldn't want to issue debt for that right now. But I think what's also important is that 55 million is not going to be issued this year. If you go into the budget, and I actually appreciate you asking this.
21.8 million.
Correct. So it's over, really, there's kind of three big chunks.
So if the most we can spend in 2027 is 21.8 million, why are we allocating $55 million?
Because this is a capital plan. I mean, this is basically, I mean, this is the same way we have done it every year. And you're saying, in order to build the project as we believe it needs to be, you're going to have this amount of money. And so you're looking at whatever you set that max at, which what we have done is basically maintained the same debt rate. So council could change the debt rate. You could raise the debt rate and generate more revenue and get more money. But we have always started as a staff with that debt rate is going to stay the same.
And Brian, if I could maybe add to the answer to that question, why the entire $55 million? Again, if the project, as the project moves forward, there are going to be ultimately some commitments that the council are going to have to make in terms of whatever the guaranteed maximum price is going to be on the project, and we need to have the budget appropriation for that in place in order to make sure we have the budget where it needs to be to support whatever agreement that the council may enter into as we move forward with the project.
How do we know that the 55 million would accomplish that if we don't know where it's going to go, and we don't know what the land cost is, and we don't know what potential soils remediation costs?
Well, that's every project we do, Councilman. I mean,
You don't know where it's going?
No, well, we go through a process. I mean, we have 2 sites right now. We've done cost estimates on both of them. So that's what gives us where we think that's, but every project is in development. And again, I mean, if you look at, let's say the Midtown Baseball and Business Road and water utilities, we're currently designing those right now. So when we start allocating money to those, which we already have, we don't have an exact answer there. It's a matter of project development, which is why we bring on architects, engineers, and especially in cases like facilities, construction manager risk to have that construction piece of it. So, I mean, it is always an iterative process. But what we are doing is based on the cost estimates and the scope that we have, and in this case, what was presented to council previously, it works out that either site that we're considering right now is in the same ballpark, and so that's the amount that we're carrying.
But land costs are not reflected in this 55 million, nor in the 5 million that we allocated last year, correct?
Yeah, so no, I don't think that's actually correct. I mean, we don't call it out specifically, but one site we own, so there is not a land cost, and the other one does not have a defined cost. If it becomes significant in some ways, if that land cost came back and was 20 million, that would probably influence your decision. But then, yeah, you would have to figure that in.
So are we now looking at the site that we own with renewed interest?
We've always looked at it. When we presented this, we've presented 2 options every time we've presented this, our site and the Bvisma site.
Yeah, and my colleagues agreed at the presentation. Remember, y'all had the red box around the Rock Prairie site, which I did not support, but they did. So I thought we kind of made the decision right there and then. That's what we're going to focus on.
That's what we're pursuing, yes.
Okay, but there's no land cost, and did we conduct geotesting out there?
Yes, geotechnical.
How did the soils test compare at Rock Prairie versus where we're at now?
I mean, I don't know that off the top of my head. I can tell you, sitting up here playing engineering, they're fat clay, but that's everywhere.
And that's like 2,000 feet away from the failed soils ballpark project.
That
right?
wouldn't matter.
Yeah, completely. No, it doesn't at all. And especially because the soils at the ballpark were a borrow pit scenario.
It may not matter, but the geotest did come back with substandard soils on that project. I've looked at it.
May I point out, if we go through every one of these in the same detail, I understand your position, Mr. Yancy, you've made it clear before. you made the point that the 21 million is really the borrowing expectation for the next year, not the 55 million. The council that will be here next year, if the land cost comes back very high, they can make a decision anytime they want to. We aren't proceeding with that project, or we're going another way. That seems to be appropriate. This is a plan, and it'll be spent over 2 or 3 years, just like any road that we're building. We plan it out, we budget that money over 2 or 3 years. Our finance and bond people tell us how much cash we're going to need to meet the commitments for a CMAR on this project or that project. So ultimately, if what you're arguing is you don't want any money for that project, then I guess you just make that motion at the point. But I understand you're just repeating arguments that you've made before about the fact that there's 55,000 there. We've already been told that we aren't going to be spending that much in the next fiscal year. So it is not, and frankly, none of the borrowing in the next fiscal year will actually be reflected in debt service costs until the following fiscal year.
Right.
Because you won't be borrowing the money till next summer to pay for whatever it is.
But as staff warns us, this capital plan, if approved, will lead to a tax increase in subsequent years.
When you say tax increase, define tax increase, because we budget this based on maintaining the same debt service tax rate.
Yeah, the same debt service tax rate will continue is what they're budgeting. That's why you look at 5 years out.
So this budget doesn't state that we have no new debt capacity through fiscal year 34 and that there will be future tax rate implications if approved as is?
Well, there's future tax rate implications for anything that is approved. And what that statement is made is if you spent every dollar that's on this page and everything in our predictions generally stated as it is, then you will have utilized your capacity under the current rate. So yes, but again, I mean, that is the way every government, and we have operated every time. As an example, I will say, to talk about project development, Fire Station 7 was put before a bond committee along with these other projects. We put a number out there and said, this is what we think it is. We didn't have, if I remember correctly at that time, we didn't even have the site. We had a site, but not the site it's on now. And then we had to go through and develop it. So we're further along as it relates to developing the Public Works project than we were many other projects that we do. It will change. And Fire Station 7 turned out good. We've had parks projects turn out good. Sometimes they're a little more. They're always at a stage. But when you say that you have no capacity, if you do all of these things, and if you're only talking about debt capacity, not the 42 million in cash, if you spend all of this money, yes, that 169,400,000 is what you have in capacity over that period of time with the current debt rate and assuming all the assumptions we put in, which won't be exactly right, but are what you should be going off of.
If we as a body, in conjunction with your consultation, were decide to prepare for TerraFab, we would extend significant infrastructure down William D. Fitch to Highway 30 and look at that district as kind of a shock absorber for the growth that's, I believe, is definitely coming relative to TerraFab. Can you gut shot for me how much money that would cost? And if it would
I mean, our infrastructure is planned out.
We have sewer. How far do we have sewer down William D. Fitch?
Well, you're talking about taking sewer beyond the city limits? Or outside of our CC?
Well, we have 11 agreements constituting 2,150 acres that will be in the city limits before the next council's term is over.
Right. So we have master plan for our facilities to where we can accommodate the growth in our CCNs and our city. I would also just point out that if you're talking about water, sewer, electric, those are not general fund. They are not under this capacity. Those are done on the rate of the ratepayers. So, I mean, I guess what I would generally say is, if they're...
But that debt would accumulate to our total credit card tab, which Moody's and S&P would look at.
Yeah, well, so one, and I know people like to say this, it's not a credit card. It's a debt capacity. And yes, they do look at it. And we
I'm
have
trying to use terms that my constituents
Yeah,
understand.
so
They
then
don't
I
look
would
at
say,
debt. A lot of them don't look at it that way.
yeah, I would say it's like co-signing on a mortgage, right? Because the difference between a credit card and the way we use debt is we use debt to be able to finance things that other people who do not pay taxes right now would use in the future. So in your scenario, let me answer it two ways. One, I believe the city of College Station has more than enough capacity in both its debt, unassigned to specific projects. So let's assume you use Public Works, kind of as I went down the line, more than enough capacity in its general amounts here, and the $42 million in fund balance. And I should add, I'm not going to say a dollar amount, but the amount of money that is going to be coming to the city from the purchase of the 28 acres that we are finalizing, those millions of dollars will also go into that fund balance. I think you have, if we have something that we need to do that's more than $60 to $80 million, I can't imagine what it would be. But if it was, what I would say is the way you typically go about that is, another thing I should point out, 380s. People are like, well, we don't have money for 380s. 380s are an economic development agreement where if something was coming in with enough value that, let's say, we couldn't afford to extend or it was really challenging for us, then we would say, if you complete this work or you do this thing that we're asking you to do, then we basically will rebate taxes to you. So this is not coming, 380s don't come off of this bottom line this way. But yes, I believe we would be able to pay it. I also would say if whatever it is that we're talking about coming in requires a significant investment in infrastructure, then you should be able to show that the ROI for that is going to more than support you going out and spending the money to do something like that.
A couple of routine questions.
Sure.
We can move away from the strategic planning piece of it.
Sure.
And I don't want to pester Mary Ellen with it. The pay plan contingency fund of $800,000,
Yeah.
is that like the holding fund for the 1% or is it completely new money?
So it can be a combination.
The 1% merit pay?
Yeah,
or-
no. It's a combination. Specifically what we typically do with that, it depends on the year, it varies. But that's where we adjust people's salaries based on market rate. So right now specifically, I'll just say, and I'll call them out, not to say that they're the only ones, but we know we want to do more in PD, right? So we have the across the boards, we're doing all the things we're doing, but we are trying to figure out through multiple ways, not just new revenue. I've talked to this council before about we're looking at overtime policies and how we save money to reallocate it. But it would be things like that we would use that money on. We would say, okay, is there something outside of the general compensation that we're going to do every year to try to keep up with inflation and do even
And historically, that gets used. It gets bought down to about $30,000 and then replenished in subsequent years.
Yeah, it depends. It depends. Sometimes we haven't, and sometimes it's been lower numbers. What we try to do from a city management perspective is say, if we think we're pretty good overall, that we know there will be some changes that have to come. But if we see, like we are looking at now, that, yeah, there's going to be things that we feel like we're going to need to address, then we will plus that.
And that makes sense. And the city manager's $400,000 contingency, it's increasing to $500,000 contingency. What's that one used for?
So that's general things. That can be things when we sponsor. It's if a council says, hey, we have some opportunity that we want to go take advantage of. It is a line item that it comes out of. Obviously, it's specific when you take money out of it what it goes for, but it can come into a lot of different things.
And last question, and you may have to refer to Jeff or Mary Ellen for this one. The internal service fund, that is up to, do I have the number wrong? Is that up to $77 million?
Help me out, which number you were specifically referring to there?
All 9, I think it's 9 internal services funds. I think it's up to about $77 million.
So that's going to include our insurance
IT,
funds, our replacement funds for
healthcare.
Vehicles. That yes, I believe that is in the ballpark of what that number is. Yes,
and that $77 million for fleet and IT and equipment and healthcare and bennies is separate and distinct from the fund balance, correct? The general
Yes.
fund. Yes.
Yes, it is. And again, and as you said, Those particular funds are, for example, when it's time to replace our police vehicles, to replace our fire trucks, our sanitation vehicles. We are setting money aside each year so that when it's time to replace those, we will have that money available in the budget. It's
This year, you're spending $7.7 million on vehicles.
Yes.
But there's like $38 million in that fund, right?
Correct. And we look at that particular fund on the vehicles. We're looking out 10, 15 years, depending on the life of some of those vehicles, to make sure we're funding, because we're going to have some years where we're going to spend considerably more, because it may be that we're replacing 8 sanitation vehicles at $500,000 a piece, versus a year where it may be primarily public work or pickup trucks or things that are going to have a lower cost. So those particular costs will go up and go down, but the idea is to make sure we have enough in that reserve over the life of that forecast that we have, so we can handle those items on an annual basis.
But it's not stuck money that replenishes over time, right? You continue to charge internal service funds.
Correct.
That replenish it as we go.
Yes.
So my question, and then I'll hush because I can tell Mayor's getting impatient with me. How come one of the easy buttons, and I have more, if we didn't want to raise taxes, if we felt like, and I do, that our constituents are facing kitchen table issues, we have 720 fees in the fee schedule, 460 of them are going up, we're talking about a tax increase, why wouldn't we do a charge holiday in internal service funds, in fleet or IT or some combination? I think there's $18 million accumulated in IT, and it's expected to spend $4,000. Why wouldn't we just do a charge holiday in one or more partial or 100% in internal services funds to hold that pressure down to meet the $2.222 million, which is what we need in order to fund everything you guys are asking for and hold the tax rate steady?
So what I would say to that is, if you're doing call it a holiday for one time, that means you're going to pick it back up in a future year. In other words, it's going to be recurring expense that you're still going to need to cover in your forecast.
If you don't have 4 or 5 new student towers that come online, valuated at $100 million apiece, to help close the gap.
Yeah, so
naturally.
Yeah, so I will say
without taxing people more.
This comes up all the time, and what the end result will be, unless you grow, whether it's student towers or your sales tax rate doubles in a year, or do something to outgrow your projections significantly enough to make that, you are selling out any future capacity down the road for a 1-year holiday. And the other thing that can happen as a result of it, not necessarily in the scenario you're talking about where it's a defined period, is something I have to answer to people all the time is, hey, if you really want to give PD more vehicles, which is something that we would like to do, you've got a fund balance. Why don't you just buy 10 of them at $1 million? Well, the problem is that then we have to immediately start putting in recurring revenue to replace that. Otherwise,
which we're doing.
We are doing that. We always do that. It's one of the things that makes our city run. It is one of the things that why we're a AAA, is because we do not short circuit those things. But what you're talking about is, you're basically taking and saying we're going to take something we put in from a recurring standpoint, but we're gonna give it a holiday, or what you said.
One time, a charge.
One time.
That's actually what it's referred
So
to.
that's-
Charge holiday, one
Right.
year.
So that's the key.
Bearing in mind that we're going to spend this much out of the fund, but its accumulated balance is up here. So
Yep.
if I can do this, and I can not raise taxes on my constituents, that's who I'm elected to represent their bottom line too. That's what I want to do.
So you can do it, but it will cause a problem in future years recurring revenue versus expenditures.
Even given the balance that's in that fund now.
Yes, because the problem is you're not going to see a revenue gain off of it in the future. It won't hurt. So assuming what you're saying, like same thing with the fund balance, right? If we just took out so let's say we do the same thing, but we'll make it simpler. Let's take our fund balance at 42 million. So forget the equipment piece of it, right? And you say, well, I want to do everything you want to do, but I don't want it, and you need 2.2 million. So take it off the fund balance one time. So instead of it being a charge holiday where we don't get the revenue, we pull it off of what we have in savings. The problem is that now you've moved that up, right? That 2.2 million goes into your recurring line, and the next year, unless you take it from somewhere else again, then you have a $2.2 million gap that you've got to make up in addition to whatever you do the next year. It is taking one-time revenue and using it to cover recurring costs.
You want me, I can just wrap up in 3 minutes and hush for the rest of the 3 items if you'd like me to.
The rest of the evening until we're done with the budget? Yes, I'll take that deal any day.
Okay. I want to move on to another, and I thank you for the spirited debate. I disagree with you on
going
ISF.
ahead on agenda items? I can't let you do that.
You can't let me.
This is the public discussion, public hearing on the tax rate.
Right, and that's what I'm talking about.
All right. If you stay with that,
Let's talk about.
I'll accept your deal. 3 minutes. Turn the clock on.
Let's talk about vacancy for a minute. It's my second easy button. So the city of College Station budgets for a certain number of jobs, and then we budget in 97%, assuming a 3% vacancy rate. We've never come close to it. We've never touched it. In 2023, the first year I elected, it was 12.99%. In 24, and it's been going down. In 2023, 8.97. 2024, 7.77%. Basically, unspent salary dollars budgeted and taxed for that did not get spent. In the budget, you guys tell us, I think you tell us 6%, somewhere around 6%.
Yeah, which is the best it's been in a long time.
Right, it's getting tight.
Yeah.
By moving from 97% to 95%, which still leaves a little bit of room for the 2.222 net million you need in operations to fund the things you're asking for. If by policy we just drop that from 97 to 95, this year's tax increase, the need for it, goes away. Why wouldn't this body press that easy button and lower it to a number we've never hit in 5 years, 6 years, going all the CAFR, I think, had a 10-year look back, 5-year look back. We've never scared it. So why not?
Yeah, we've had that discussion before, if you remember, even I think 2 years ago, about where we moved it to. And you could, I mean, we're right now, I mean, a few years ago, we were running, double digits on vacancy rate. And so that was where it really became a conversation is, what's the delta between that? And, is that really going to be the place we need to operate? So you could do it. I would say at this point, the vacancy rate we have and the trend we show is would be very close if you change that policy to 95%. But I mean, that is a council decision. It's not one that I would feel comfortable recommending at this time, but when looking at the totality of it. But that is a recurring expense matching a recurring expense.
Thank you, City Manager. Thank you, Mayor.
Okay, I think Mr. White said he had a question that would be brief.
It will be brief. I have 4 real quick questions. Let me just piggyback on the vacancy because my numbers, I was going to bring that up as well. I came up with 2.5%, looking at a savings of 2.6 million. It would get everything in your budget that you recommend. Explain to me your last comment that if it would be reoccurring every year, it would just be a one-time thing. I don't see how it would impact future budgets.
No, actually, I was kind of saying the opposite of that. So the first discussion we were having, I was saying you really shouldn't do the pull from the equipment replacement or those type of funds on a one-time because it's not recurring. Our budgeted amount when we budget for vacancy rate is a recurring budgeted amount. So they are the same thing. So let's say that we knew without a doubt, there's no issue that we are always going to run under our vacancy percentage. Like you can move that, and that is a recurring cost, just like a salary is a recurring cost.
Sure.
So they are the same type of thing. So that is something you can change, and it does have an equivalent. So from a long-term perspective, from a budgeting perspective, it's not a problem. My concern with it is, again, based on, other factors, but that it is not a one-time versus recurring. That is both recurring items. So that would be something that you could compare apples to apples.
We could go down to 95, and then next year go back up to 97 if we had to.
Well,
I
so
mean,
if
is that
okay, so if you did that though,
or 98,
I would also just tell you, like, you have to remember that our vacancy rate, and this is maybe something I probably can't, standing up here without it in front of me, go too deep. But when I say, like, what's my concern about that one is that it is not a point in time vacancy rate, right? So it moves throughout the year. So as long as you look at that rolling average across the year, you never broke the plane of what you have budgeted, then you would be okay. But it's not a stagnant number. But to your point, you would not want to do it if you were concerned that you would have to raise it up next year from a budgetary standpoint. A policy standpoint, that's different. But if you do that, much like the first item that was discussed, then you are basically borrowing ahead of time, because then you are creating expenses on a recurring basis that you won't be able to cover with recurring revenue in the future. So assuming that you never needed that money, if you went from 97 to 95, it would be fine, but from a budgetary perspective. But if you told me we're going to go down to 95 this year, but we're going to go back up to 97, now it has become a one-time versus a recurring. So
just lower it and leave it because you've never touched it.
As long as you do that, it's no different than cutting a position or doing anything else. If it's a permanent item, otherwise what you have to do is you adjust in the future to be able to make those match.
May I add just a comment on several of these items here? If you were to adopt these, or if you were not to adopt these, but they stayed and didn't need all that money, where does the funds go?
Yeah.
It goes
They go to
into
the
your
fund
fund
balance,
balance,
yeah.
which then gets you more flexibility for this response to the things you were concerned about at the last meeting. What happens if something happens and we need $20 million? We've got a fund balance, and that's my problem with all of the fund balances, whether they're future vehicle purchases or whether it's this. Those fund balances are there to protect the city against unexpected damages.
Yeah, so to give an
expenses.
example from previous year, there was one year we came, I think maybe it was 2 years ago, we pulled like $700,000 of recurring expenses out of IT's budget because we looked at it and said, we're going to basically get rid of all these vendors and things we're going to do. It was over a course of a couple of years, but we pulled that out, right? And so what that meant was, in order to either spend that money or we could reduce the tax burden based on that, because we didn't believe that at any point in the future we were going to have to somehow come back and do that again. So that's the key when you're talking about recurring revenue versus recurring expenses, is that whatever you do, if it's on a if it's a recurring expense, the revenue needs to match it.
No, I understand that, but from a purely saving standpoint, because ultimately what we're talking about is let's just say $2.5 million savings, right?
Mm-hmm.
So at the end of the year, if everything is equivalent, you're going to see a $2.5 million profit at the end of the year because we didn't use that money, right?
Yeah, so any money, on any situation that's budgeted, if our recurring revenue outpaces recurring expenditures. So it could be money that we didn't spend. It could be, we just got numbers back that said we saw an additional $600,000 in sales tax from these two events. If anything above what our revenue shows or our expenditures are less, that money then goes to the fund balance. That's what happens with it. It carries forward and becomes basically, it becomes a one-time fund. And you definitely what you want to be is kind of like if you're saving for your taxes, they always tell you want to be $100 plus or minus. That's what we're trying to do. We don't, unless the council specifically says we want to generate revenue off of a recurring revenue source in order to put money towards the fund balance, we don't want to do that. We want those to match up as best we can. Generally speaking, though, you want to be where there is money falling onto that fund balance, because that means you're able to meet your recurring expenses.
Exactly. A couple questions, and these are kind of follow-up questions. Your market adjustment, that 800,000, I fully understand that. I was on the committee that discussed that. Is that every year? Is that a 800? Are we going to do a market adjustment every year?
No, I mean, we do some every year, but what we do really depends on the situation. And we do periodic market studies across the organization. We've done one recently, and we do them in different ways to try to see where we're at. And honestly, in a lot of places, we're in very, very good shape. We're competitive in the market in a high percentile, but there are still some, and specifically, again, there's some in public safety where we are going to try to make some headway. So especially anytime you do something in public safety, it is a big spend, because even if you do just a little bit more, you have a lot of people in those, and they are, on average, they are highly paid per person in a department. So it's a big number. So that's where you see that number maybe be bigger this year than it would be in a normal year, because we know that what we're looking at trying to adjust from a market standpoint is going to take more money. And quite honestly, again, and at some point we're going to probably bring our market study to show you guys like where we need to be. That 800,000 isn't going to come close to where we need to be on some of the positions overall.
So this year, a 3% increase, 1% merit, and in essence, a 1% market adjustment. So some folks are going to get 5% this year.
No, so the way we do it is if you're non-step, so if you're not public safety or lineman or a few other folks, we do a 3% scale adjustment. So essentially, when we have a pay range, we move all of it up 3%. You think of that as basically like kind of cost of living. And then we move everyone within the scale 1%, which what that really does is it means if you're working here from this year to the next, you're going to see a 4% essentially COLA. It's done in a way so that if someone hires in at your exact job next year and you have experience, you should be paid more than they are. The range moves up, but you move within that range. For non-step employees, then there is a pool where if you are a top 25% performer, that's the max number of people that can get it. You can get up to 2%. So for an employee, every employee will get, non-step employee will get 4%, and then the top 25 at a max will get an additional 2% for a 6% total. If you're a step employee, we move the scales 3%, and then you get your step, which steps are, they're not necessarily every year, although they tend to be, and they fluctuate between typically 1.5% and 2.5%. So what you really end up with is the standard employee who's doing their job and doing everything they're supposed to well is going to get 4%. You're going to see public safety lineman folks who have a pay plan on the step, they're going to be in the 4.5% to 5.5%, and then the absolute the highest performers in the non-step are going to be at 6%.
And that's pretty common year after year, right?
We've been consistent. We've been consistent with that methodology over time. I would say we often are not as high a percentage as everyone in the area in any given year, but we have consistently done that, which creates a good net effect. And then outside of that is where you see things like the 800,000, where we say, okay, you're in a position and you're getting your 4% and all these things, but when we look at the market against your position, you're still not there. So then we would go and adjust it from a market perspective.
So from a simplistic state, if you look at our budgets, our reoccurring expenses are going to automatically go up $2 million, $2+ million every year just on salary increases on the model.
If you do a similar program, yes. Now, the challenges, right? I mean, to talk about what it looks like when you are. You're looking at your sales tax and it's going up by, 2.5%.
Right.
And you've got new revenue that comes on that's not under the cap. But if you assume that new revenue is also going to generate the need for new services, right? So there's that. Depending on the ROI, quote unquote, of that, it may be a net positive contributor or a net negative, which is why we have this density conversation, right? Because it tends to provide a higher amount of revenue than it requires in services.
And Brian, if I could, while you're talking about that particular piece on the, as it relates to property values and that kind of thing, I just wanted to make the point that one of the variables we've seen in the last couple of years now has been an increase in the amount of litigation that the appraisal district is seeing on properties. And currently, there's probably $5.5 billion worth of value that is under some sort of litigation. We don't certainly know how that will all turn out, but what we've seen in the last year or two, that's impacting how we're looking at our estimates on the property tax side and the information we're getting from the appraisal districts. I just wanted to add that point in.
I should also, note on that, and other state policies, we lost value coming up. I mean, our overall value went up this year, in new value and existing, but we lost a lot of value out of some of our industrial because now the personal property exemption changed. So that some of these big employers that we have that have a lot of taxable value in there, that taxable value lost. So we lost that value, which is where that rate comes up. But all that to say, to go back to when you're trying to look at year to year and you're seeing your revenues, hey, we're going to have some new value and hopefully, high rises and things like that have good value, or we don't have things that create, bad expenses. You're going to have some growth in your standard, and then you're going to have sales tax and hopefully growth in permitting or whatever is going along with that. You're seeing that 3%-ish growth in revenue. When you see inflation come up 3.5 or 4, and in many cases outside of our employees, you see the cost that we have for fuel or other things go up. Our inflationary factor is bigger. You're behind what you can generate in revenue right off the bat, which is one of the reasons we every year are trying to find ways to cut, again, why these conversations have to happen, right? Not only how do we keep the tax rate where you guys want it, but just how do we continue to be competitive? And I will say, I know we're not talking about necessarily TerraFab. One of my biggest concerns with TerraFab is that from a city perspective, one, it could potentially drive our cost of labor up, because everything they're going to do out there, we have really phenomenal people who do that, and they're going to be a competitor for us. So that cost to employ people will go up, and our construction costs, which is going to be something we all have to deal with.
I'm almost done, Mayor. I just want to reemphasize for our citizens out there, I think we cannot discount what happens in Austin. House Bill 9, what we just referenced, took away my calculations about $100,000 or $850,000 in taxable revenue just on what that thing. So I just want to emphasize that was given to us from our state legislature, and it impacts our stuff. Two more quick questions. According to my research, we're at about $360 million in debt, right? So that's what our debt services payment is calculated on. When you say you flowed this thing out and you said there's no more capacity, are you saying that we will constantly over the next 5 to 6 years be at that $360 million debt capacity?
Well,
and we won't go up or down?
Again, I think you have to be careful when you say no capacity. First of all, we are modeling this out and saying if you do this, it is council's direction. So if you maintain, if you look at basically what we show as growth in our valuation over the years, which that multiplied by our debt service rate, which if we're saying we continue to keep that, then you generate an amount of capacity. And that is what we use as a starting point. If the council said, no, we've got to do something that's so important that we're going to raise that debt capacity up, then you could raise the rate and that would go up. If council said, we don't believe that there's anything that's worth spending that money on, that capacity, then that will come down. And as an example, the last time we went out for a bond, we did the same thing. We went to the bond advisory committee and the council and said, if we go out for 5 years, this is the capacity you have to spend on capital projects. I want to say it was like 90 million, right? It changed a little bit, obviously, because forecasts change or whatever, but a couple of those bond propositions, the 4 baseball fields and something else, they didn't pass, the Thomas Park pool. So that was baked into that capacity. When it didn't happen, well, that capacity came back. So at that point, you could either do other projects with that capacity and maintain it, or pull it down. So it is a projection based on what council says we're going to do.
But your forecast is based off that? Amount.
Correct, absolutely.
Okay. One last question, it goes back to our Public Works discussion, our Public Works facility. Last year's budget, in this year's budget, on the screen right there on the top line, we have 55 million. Last year's budget, I'm reading that y'all projected construction costs to be about 35 million. What's the additional 20 million that has come in?
Not last year's. What originally happened was when we started, again, actually looking at this project for the Bond Advisory Committee back in 2022, in 2021, we basically said we want to put a public works facility on there. It had been talked about for a while, so we looked at a number and said we think 35 million is what it's going to take to do that. So we put it on the Bond Advisory Committee. It went through. They came back and said, they actually ranked it high on their projects, but they said, this is an expensive project, which is my whole life. I remember when 35 million was expensive, and now we're talking this. But they said, but this is really something council should do. This is a bread and butter thing. They need to decide that. So it didn't go on a bond. They put it on there. When council said, okay, we're going to move this forward, we took that $35 million number that we had, and then when we put out an RFQ and brought on, to bring on design services and construction manager risk, we said this is what it is. After they went through and scoped it and looked at everything and said, here's these 2 sites, that's the presentation you guys saw, they said, hey, it's going to be more in this amount of money. So that's where the cost went to.
As I recall, there was actually a 70+ million number because of a separate, the proposal was a separate Public Works Administration building from the maintenance facility.
Yeah.
And what you see here is a combination where the city staff said, no, we're not going to do that then. We're going to force these 2 units together into one building.
Yeah, so specifically what we looked at was we programmed it out, and if you looked at the 20-year program that they came up with, I think it was 75, 80, 85 million. I can't remember off the top of my head. And I'll call you out a little bit. You actually, I remember telling me, like, why aren't we going to go ahead, city manager, why aren't we going to go ahead and do the 85 million right now?
Right.
Well, this is why. Because we're balancing what do we do from an overall program perspective with what we have. And what we looked at was, how do we get a facility that greatly improves our capacity and what we need to now, gives us some time into the future, like a 10-year look, and the ability to expand reasonably over time, and then as a number that we feel like we could work into this capital plan. And so that's where it came. It is not exactly the same facility, but the one that's most comparable that I think if somebody wants to go look at it, because I know there are always questions about cost. And I will just say, again, we bring people on and bid these projects. So, plans and specs certainly make a difference. If you're working for a government, the way we warranty and what we do things have an impact, but they're competitively bid out. So the prices you see come in are what you're going to pay if you scope it. Pflugerville in 2025 just started. Pflugerville's an 85,000 person community. They just started a public works facility. They do have a recycling center in it, but I think it's an $85 million facility. Consequently, when I was looking these up for somebody the other day, Pflugerville and Hondo, and if you go read about them, there was a reason they started building those, is because they've got not a terafab, but a similar amount of infrastructure coming into their community.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
There are a lot of people who wish to speak, and this is a public hearing. Mary Ellen hasn't made her presentation. There are 4 other people on council that haven't had a chance to speak on any of this. So I will move to bring Mary Ellen forward to make her formal presentation. We're still on item 8.1. And just to remind everybody, it's a public hearing, presentation, discussion, possible action on the City of College Station 2027 advertised ad valorem tax rate of 0.530254 per $100 valuation, resulting in an increase in tax revenues. And Ms. Mary Ellen Leonard is our finance director. I will let her have the floor.
This is the public hearing on the tax rate. As a reminder, council 2 weeks ago set the highest rate that the tax rate can be at 53.0254. Mayor, if you'll open the public hearing.
Before I do that, just to ask you to clarify in my own mind what I think happens. There is no vote on this one until we get to 8.3, correct?
There is no vote on this. However, we
We can
do
have
believe,
discussion.
given where we're at,
Right.
that you should probably have a discussion.
We have a discussion, right, that's fine, but we'll do that after we hear from the citizens.
Correct.
Okay, thank you. I'm opening the public hearing, and I have 5 individuals that have signed up to speak, 3 minutes each. We start with Elizabeth Cunha and be followed by Gerald Patton. Ms. Cunha, come forward.
Good evening. My name is Elizabeth Cunha, and I live in Shenandoah in College Station. I'll address budget on the next item. For this item, I'm just focusing on the O&M side of the tax rate. The proposed tax rate rounded to the tenth place is about 53.03, up from the current 51.02. Are there places to cut? Yes. Councilmember Mcllhaney's recommendation of cutting plug and play is an outstanding example. An additional example that I offer for your consideration is the $15,000 for a program appropriately titled Lunch on Us. I could find no information about the details of the program. For whom is my property tax providing a free lunch? Please do not justify the cost by telling me what a small amount $15,000 is when compared to the $395 O&M budget. That's the wrong direction to use a relative measuring stick for the fiscally responsible. Instead, the measuring stick should be the question, can we justify that lunch expense to the homeowner who is struggling to fit both property taxes and their own grocery bill in their personal budget? There are others, but I only have 3 minutes. But I appreciate the in the weeds you got in trying to figure this out. Spend every dollar with that struggling homeowner in mind. But even after you trim the O&M, you're not going to get close to the approximate $2.5 million that it would take to leave our tax rate at 51.2. You're not going to be able to do that without using words like defer and delay, defer and delay. And that takes exacerbating problems and kicks them down the road. And that is not leadership. Additionally, our tax rate also terraces increases to get us ready for FY29 when we are projected to have a budget deficit due to the Shafer grant expiration. Legislative caps of 3.5% annual growth necessitate planning for FY29 today. Even our no new revenue rate increased from 49 last year to 50 this year. As a taxpayer, I understand the tax rate will have to go up. We're counting on you to trim where you can and then stand united behind your decision. I am reminded that mayor and council's objective is not to make everyone happy, but rather to make decisions while ever mindful of the citizen sacrifice behind those dollars, to understand where your constituents want to be 5, 10, and even 50 years from now and approve a budget that gets them there. I'm asking you to bravely approve a tax rate probably really close to that 53-cent mark, not because it's easy, but because it is right. Don't vote against it just to curry favor, and for Pete's sake, don't abstain. Do what needs to be done and demonstrate that sometimes the right choice is also the hardest. That's leadership.
Ms. Cunha, could you repeat that first item you mentioned that you referred to, Ms. Mcllhaney?
Yeah, the plug and play,
Oh, yeah.
contract, that was
Yeah.
very insightful.
Well, yeah, and
Yep.
but that is out of a one-time expense. It's not in the recurring budget. But thank you very much.
Well, we've paid it multiple years, have we not?
Just 2 years, but it's been paid on a one-time basis, as I recall.
We've only paid it once.
We were under contract for 3. We could quit at any time, and we paid 1, and we've decided.
But it's not in, it wasn't in the recurring budget, the one-time payment.
I was just trying to give you a compliment.
I got you. Thank you.
Just a compliment.
Hey, we already took care of that one. Thank you.
Okay.
Okay, next on the list is, Gerald Patton, P-A-T-T-O-N, be followed by Lloyd Davis.
Good evening. Thank you. As I prepare to address the council, I want to say thank you for your time and patience. And as I sat here and listened to the in-depth detail that the gentleman went into to discuss the budget, I can only imagine, as being a husband and father and having to deal with kitchen table policy and household budgeting, what the burden is for the council. So please take everything that I am going to express not as a personal attack, but as a way to maybe try and help those, as myself, that have these kitchen table issues, okay? Again, I will admit that I have not done all I should as a citizen to hold myself accountable for coming to these more frequently, to be more involved in my city. As well as trying to connect with each member, or at least my council member, to make sure that they are being held to a fastidious manner and holding them accountable for we the people. As I contemplated what to say, I remember reading Thomas Sowell, who said, the real goal should be reduced government spending rather than balanced budgets achieved by ever-rising tax rates to cover ever-rising spending. And if you don't know who Thomas Sowell is, he's a great economist. Many books have been written by him. Just a little background. Myself and my family, we moved from Panama City Beach, Florida to College Station in 2015. We lived there for about 3 years after I retired from a 20-year military career in the Navy, and was fortunate enough to be accepted at the university across the street, and have since earned 2 degrees, which have allowed me to be able to stay in this area and commit the rest, hopefully, of what I call my life and my family's life in this area. We love it. It's a great place to live. All of the ratings are great, and I appreciate, again, all that you do. But again, as it's been stated, this is a kitchen table issue, right? I appreciate the in-depth that you went on to the services that property taxes do provide to the common citizen, right? As we went into fire and police, the one thing that I know does go into is government-funded school systems. And just a quick search on the departments, I think a budget cut could be made because the superintendent of schools gets $370,879 a year, according to the website, while the teacher that just graduated only gets $53,250 just starting off. If we can make budget cuts, the contract for the superintendent is 4 years, maybe not offer $300,000, close to $400,000 a year to a superintendent.
Mr. Patton?
Find other ways to
Mr.
cut it.
Patton?
Yes.
We don't have anything to do with the school budget.
Agreed, but it says property taxes go towards that.
No, but not these property taxes.
This is
But
municipal
that's all right.
funds. City.
We'll set that aside. You've already said that you didn't study it carefully.
I appreciate your time.
Yeah. Thank you very much.
I will just point out, first of all, go Navy. And second, while it's not the superintendent, I am effectively the superintendent and the highest paid person in the organization. So from what it's worth, your point can be the same.
All right. We'll make the note.
Superintendent.
Okay, Mr. Lloyd Davis will be followed by Mr. Payden Holt. Mr. Davis, welcome. Are you speaking on your behalf or on behalf of CSAN?
I'm speaking on my behalf again.
And you introduce yourself so everybody knows your address and so forth.
Okay, thank you. First of all, I'm throwing away my speech since of everything else that we've heard. And let me start with a few facts that I have pulled out that I think are now more pertinent than ever. About 75% of our capital spending, by the way, comes from certificates of obligation, not from voter-approved bonds. The last 4 years, the city's averaged about 10.4% in property tax revenue increases. 72% of that, over the last 4 years, have come from existing property owners' increases in valuations. And that's likely the root cause of why you have so much property protests that are affecting the tax budget. It's the ever-rising valuation increases that are falling on the people that are already here, the mothers and fathers that are having to decide, pay my taxes or buy the kids new shoes. There's only one that I can deal with.
And that's why we have impact fees. Go ahead, please.
I have no idea where that came from.
Okay, no, well,
Thank you for pointing that out.
And people that weren't here that came here are paying part of that cost. But let's leave that aside. Go ahead.
Okay, we'll add 30 seconds back to my time, please. What I did here today is that the $330 million that this council has approved in 25, 26, and 27 won't affect the property tax rate. Not important. Not going to affect it. We've looked. We have 360 million, I heard Councilman White mention, and we're going to add 330 to it, but it won't move the rate. The only way it doesn't move the rate is if valuations go up or we have significant new property tax increases, and I don't think we're going to have enough to do that. I heard that the land and remediation costs that may be associated with the Public Works building, not important, not going to matter. We're okay. We're just needing to budget for the building right now. We'll worry about that later. The $42 million that's unallocated, that's good. That's going to last us. Although my estimation is half of that will be gone when you add land and potential remediation costs into the budget. Perhaps one of the more alarming things, misstatements, and I do think it is a misstatement, is that in preparing for TerraFab, we can get corporations to pay for the infrastructure up front, and then we'll give them a property tax rebate or credit going forward. I've done these things before. There ain't no way in hell that's ever going to fly. I'm going to go back to my boss and say, hey, let's give them $10 million of our money, and we'll get it back over the next 15 years after the board fires us for spending too damn much money on this property. That's crazy. It doesn't work that way. It has never worked that way, ever. And the last thing is the vacancy rate. The vacancy rate, because I've dealt with vacancy rates, and I will be the first to admit that I have used them exactly like the city uses them, to my chagrin. I've always had a vacancy rate credit, and when I had an overage in a budget somewhere, I was able to cover for it. There was.
Go ahead, give him his other 30 seconds that I took. Go ahead.
Thank you. It gives us a slush fund that decreases our focus on the individual line item by line item budget remarks. You budget what your vacancy rate should be, and if it, as you get close and you finally hit 94, then consider going to 96. Don't create a slush fund with little accountability, because you don't have the time to go through it line item by line item, nor should you. Please do not pass this capital budget when it comes to that. It will affect our tax rate.
Thank you, sir. And you said you're not speaking for CSAN and you do not live in the city, correct?
Like many people in this room, I do live in the ETJ.
Yes, that's correct. But you do not pay taxes and you can't vote for the city, correct?
I'm speaking for people that can't speak.
You are. Okay, thank you very much. Just appreciate your interest.
Thank you for that clarification.
Thank you. Mr. Payton Holt?
Howdy, Council. My name is Peyton Holt. I live in the Pebble Creek neighborhood over here in College Station. I'm here today just to enliven you a little bit with some of my analysis of the budget, as it's been brief, but I did a brief comparison. I just want to bring some things to your attention. Primarily that this is a capital budget dressed up in operating budgets closed. And within that, couple main points. First of all, the debt service as it is currently added and projected in there significantly restrains, obviously, as you know this, the debt that we can get, which is another way to say, as I would explain to my daughter, we're maxing out the credit card without any idea of what our revenue is going to be. And within that, I'll echo a point that Mr. Davis made just a minute ago, maybe remember something from previous meetings, is when we look at the revenue that came in, there was a pretty significant decrease in revenue just from property tax litigation. I want to say it was $2 billion. And so if whenever I run my business, I look at actual revenue generated, not projected revenue generated. And I didn't see that in the budget anywhere. So something to consider as we move forward with adopting the budget on cost, moving forward. Second, to Mr. Yancy's point, the internal service funds is carrying about $75 million in excess. I'm not saying that you spend those reserves, but I think it is important to note that we are maxing out the O&M levy while simultaneously having a significant overage by their own budget's projections. They're trying to specifically, I'll give you an example, that these budgets have increased to the tune of 28%. I went back to 2023. the ISF working capital excess was 58 million. 24, it went to 66 million, which is about an increase of 8 million. 73 million in 25, 70 million in 26. Here's the point, is we are increasing our tax rates and we're increasing the service fees associated, so we're increasing our revenue, all the while without decreasing the things that are creating these funds and without spending this money. And finally, I'll leave you with this. Looking at the budget, it calls for, particularly in regards to the insurance funds, to have 3 months or 3 to 4 months of excess carry there. My analysis of it shows that we're carrying about 8 months of reserve funds as we sit here right now. 7.8 months for employee benefits, workers' compensation, 17 months. Employment insurance is at 19 months of excess funds as we sit here right now. So again, we're raising our taxes and across the board, all the while we have a good bit of surplus. So again, I'm not telling you that you should object or not spend or go spend the reserves. I'm just saying to give this a budget a little bit more analysis before approving these rates. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Holt. Ms. Leonard, would you come forward? That was the people that were signed up. I'm going to close the public hearing and ask a question of Ms. Leonard.
And Mayor, in a second, I took some quick notes to provide some clarification on a few things because there were some good points made.
That's what I wanted to do.
All right.
Go ahead.
So if I don't get you, sorry, but I'm trying to hit some of these. Lunch on Us, I will take full responsibility for this. What it is it's a program we just started last year, and basically we get everybody in the city that's on staff or on during a day, and we basically have lunch. I think the next one is actually breakfast. So each departments do it. It's a morale thing, right? Mm-hmm. So we have budgeted for everybody to do that. We don't have everybody at the city at any one time, but we typically average 500 or 600 people a few times. So that's what that one is for. Some notes from when I was standing up there, things that I didn't recall that people provided to me. One thing to consider, if we run close when it comes to the vacancy rate, it makes it more challenging to do what we have done in PD successfully, which is overhire. Again, we have more PD positions and we have those things, but just something to consider that we do have a policy now where because it takes time to train police officers, we may have a number that's almost full, so our vacancy rate may be 6%. But what we're actively trying to do, which we have just now, honestly, in my entire time here, gotten to a point where we can overhire. That's one of those factors in there, just something to consider. My capital projects folks pointed out to me that we do have $5 million in land acquisition and land prep in the budget for the Public Works facility. Depending on which side it is, actually the existing Public Works facility has a lot of land prep that would need to be done because you're actually moving from one side of it where the floodplain is to the other. But there is $5 million put in there. I don't know where you get $20 million from. Property protests, majority of those come from commercial buildings, and they come from generally a time in and around COVID, which you can go look up that phenomenon. But yes, absolutely, residential people are protesting values. But if you go in and do a deep dive into that, it is absolutely a transfer of property tax revenue burden from commercial properties to residential, vast majority of them. But lots of people protest their taxes too. But majority of the actual fund is that. Rate growth versus projections, the whole debt thing. I don't exactly know what that what the statement was, but you can go in and look at the projections on what our debt load and our capacity is. And again, I've been here 8 years, and it was operating a long time before me, and we have not missed on those, and certainly not by $300 million. So whether or not you want to spend that money is completely up to the council. That's different, but it is forecasted accurately, and you don't become AAA rated if you can't do that. Let's see. Actual revenue growth, it's talking about, hey, we do show what our projected revenue growth is and our actual revenue growth. And then when we look at growth over the 5-year forecast, of course, we project that because you don't have actual growth, but we do that. And if you go deep into the budgets or look, you can actually see the assumptions in there, which I think to the point, you always have to look at those assumptions. They are hopefully pretty close, but they are never exactly accurate. But that is the way we operate on all those things. And the insurance fund is absolutely, that's a good observation. What we see, we have been very fortunate. We have very deliberately held our payment by the employees, annual payment for their insurance flat the entire time I've been here. And we do that on purpose because everybody gets the same percentage raise, but when you're at the lower end of the pay scale, that change in insurance really hits you. So we've done that intentionally. We've been really fortunate that our employees have done a great job at keeping our costs down. When you look at us compared to the normal increases over time, it's been really good. I actually came up last year and was hoping that we could bring our premiums down a little bit because we had a large fund. But what we're projecting now is they're saying we're going to start eating into that fund. So while it is not a deliberate, maybe necessarily lowering the fund, we are actually projecting that that's going to happen over time. And because we're going to see some growth in our claims values that we just have been fortunate not to have. So I didn't get all of them, but hopefully that's some information for people who had questions. And regardless of what gets done here, I would just encourage anybody, if you have those questions, you can either come up to us and ask us after this, or happy to send us information. And would also point out that they're going to pass a budget tonight, I assume they will. But we also do budget amendments, and those are things to keep track of over time because they have all these same elements, and things get moved in and out on those. So, Jeff, anybody, you guys have any other ones? Did I hit them all? Okay.
Speaking of the budget amendments, the one thing we are sure of is that sometime in the early fall, we will have an enrollment amendment because there will be lots of things that were planned on for this year that won't be quite complete, but yet we committed to, we have contracts for, and we will enroll that forward along with the revenue that we had appropriated last year in the current budget into next year. So there will be an early enrollment budget amendment, I know that for sure. But the two questions I have, one it plays off of what I think was referred to and what we heard one speaker make a comment about. Yes, we have lost on our tax appraisal roll a couple $2 billion to legal
To litigation. Yes, sir.
litigation, and as you said, I think almost $1 million. Or more than that on the personal property tax side. So that was a significant adjustment. You actually used those adjustments in order to forecast what you said property tax revenue at that proposed rate would bring in, correct?
Correct. I do speak with the appraisal district chief appraiser, and I actually had one of those calls today with her at 4 o'clock. This afternoon. And at 4 o'clock this afternoon, I asked two questions. My first question was, how much does the city in College Station currently have outstanding in litigation? She told me the 2006 values, which is what this information is based on. Currently, there is $1.8 billion that is in litigation just related to the valuations we received this year. We also still have outstanding $3.1 billion related to prior years for a total of $5.5 billion of litigation that is against the city. I have had
against the appraisal district.
Against the appraisal district, yes, for the valuations. How that works is if there is a settlement from the appraisal district, and there normally is, then the valuations of that particular property will go down. In order to receive the same revenue that you received last year, your tax rate, that no new revenue rate, goes up. Last year, I stood up here and I told you that we had, at that time, $3.1 billion in total. We now have $5.5 billion in total. That is a risk to the city when you go to set this tax rate, because if you lower that tax rate too far, what'll happen is next year, you're going to have an even bigger no new revenue increase when these litigation amounts come forward. I do have detail that I received from the appraisal district. That was the second question I asked, was can you provide me the detail that includes what's called the state codes that tell me how much is exactly, without me having to look at the street names and look at who owns the property, tell me exactly, is this residential, is this commercial, is this industrial, is it rural land, where am I losing the valuation? If I just look at the list that I've provided, it is the commercial properties, it is the high-rises, it is things like the strip centers, it's those types of properties. I don't see on the list that she provided me an amount from residents that would get me to $1.8 billion.
Okay, so the problem you're facing, every city and every taxing entity in the state, in the county of Brazos is facing the same problem, correct?
Correct.
Okay. So you're working within those constraints, you're making the best estimates you can.
Correct. And we estimate how much are we going to lose moving forward in the next year for, as well as how much new revenue is going to, or new valuation is going to come on. We know that there is additional high-rises being built in Northgate, but we have to assume that valuation, and then we have to assume right now, we have to assume that we're going to lose some of that valuation in the next year or two after it comes on to the property tax rolls. So we factor all of that in as best we can on any given day. Again, my numbers were updated literally at 4 o'clock this afternoon.
Okay, could you go to your one slide that you had there? The debt service fund is set at 20.2646. That's the recommended level. And that is calculated based on debt that has already been issued that you expect to have to pay the service on during this next fiscal year. Is that correct?
Correct. It is the principal and interest payments that are due this fiscal year on the debt that has already been issued, this coming fiscal year.
Okay, so things that are down on the capital plan that won't be funded until the next fiscal year, or even in late this fiscal year, do not have to be serviced during this coming fiscal year, correct?
Correct.
Okay. I want to make it clear that the capital plan is an important part of our budget, absolutely ought to be debated and discussed, but the debt that will be incurred will, on any of those items at the earliest, will be incurred next summer.
If I may, I'd like to make one additional point related to the discussion that we had about the capital plan and how that works.
Please.
What we are asking for in the capital plan is what's called an appropriation. And an appropriation is permission. What that means is if you appropriate, we'll use the Public Works building. If you appropriate the Public Works building at that 55 to, it will be a total of $60 million, then what you are saying is that the city staff, particularly the purchasing staff, can go out and make a legal document, go out for bids, and get a price based off of the design for the locations that we have, so that we know, is it going to be 55 million, or is it going to, are they going to tell us, no, you're now at 80 because you've waited so long? I don't know. We can't get a firm fixed price until we have a complete appropriation. It literally is against the law for us to go out and ask for a partial construction contract, particularly if we are asking for a construction manager at risk contract, where we are asking for the construction manager to have a guaranteed price. This is what it's going to cost us. So if we set a budget, an appropriation, which is the estimate, if we set that appropriation, then we can go out and actually get that purchasing information. That then comes back to council, and we either tell you one of two things. We tell you, we found a general contractor that says they can do this for 50 million plus contingency, or we come back and tell you all the bids that we received are over the amount that you appropriated. What would you like us to do? That is the choices I have.
So it comes back to council, your point is?
Yes.
Yes.
But without that 55, without that appropriation, I can't go out and ask for a construction manager at risk contract.
But Mayor.
Yeah, do follow up, Mr. A follow-up.
My question was to you. Your point is, we don't have to pay for debt we haven't issued.
That the 20 cents, we can't, what we've got in the budget will just cover the debt that we know we got to service in the coming fiscal year. That's the only point I'm making.
But that's an immutable fact year after year after year.
True, absolutely.
So we could have a $500 million capital plan and approve it tonight, and it's not going to affect the rate because we haven't issued the debt yet.
Yes, but you will get a chance, just as she described.
No, that was the only point I wanted to clarify.
At the time, whether you actually enter into a contract to build any of those things.
Sure.
And then the next council will have total control of whether they vote to approve the actual contracts that are encompassed in that capital plan. And that will be debt that staff will have to constrain it if they want to, or estimate what it's going to cost you. The council can make whatever decision they want at that point. Yeah. What I'd like to do then is, thank you. That's the questions I had. There are 4 other people up here that have not asked any questions or had a chance to comment on the tax rate. That's all that this public hearing is about, was the tax rate. I will just conclude by saying that most of what I've heard is that we need to look very carefully at the budget. Some people have suggested some interesting places where you could reduce fund balances in order to offset some of this tax increase and still have a structurally balanced budget. My view of the world is that I don't like nickel and diming fund balances, because fund balances are important things for the city, and that's not something that appeals to me, although there were a couple of very interesting ideas there where it isn't really a fund balance idea. It's a matter of changing a policy about how much money is set aside on recurring, and just plan never to exceed that level again, because otherwise, if you come back and raise it again the next year, hey, you just got to pay for it again, and that doesn't make sense to me. I don't like kicking the can down the road, and I just believe a strong fund balance in all categories, whether it's equipment purchase funds or whether it's a general fund balance is a good thing to have in your back pocket, but that's just my view. So, are there any other questions from any of those that have not asked questions? I'd like to ask Mary Ellen a question or not.
I don't have any questions.
Okay. Mr. Shafer, Ms. Mcllhaney, you have any questions? No. On the tax rate thing? Go ahead. Or if you got a comment, either one. Ms. Mcllhaney, yes, I'm looking at you.
Okay, I'm just making sure.
Well, I look at Pat, he's always quiet down there. So he just said, no, not now. So it's your turn.
I'll have something to say when we get to the budget. In the meantime, good night, Garrett. I love you.
Okay.
Can I ask one more question?
Yes, you may.
Real quick, the current tax rate that we have, the proposed tax rate
just put the
that we will be discussing shortly.
That's the proposed.
My calculations is the difference is about 2.9 million. Would that be correct?
So where we are at right now is the current tax rate is 0.511872.
Correct.
And the proposed tax rate that we have included in the budget is the voter approval rate adjusted for sales tax.
Yes, ma'am.
Because we believe that the increment use is not going, is not going to be valid once the state legislature goes into session this year, and we could get ourselves in trouble. So we have a lower voter approval rate right now that we're recommending, which is that 53.0254. That difference is 1.838 or 1.8382 cents, and we think it's somewhere around 3 million.
3 million, 2.93. Thank you.
$2,741,906.
So if we, as you have shared with us in the past, if we wanted
Our
to.
Excel's different,
If
sorry.
we wanted to balance it, we would have to come up with cuts of that amount to stay with our current tax rate. Is that correct?
Yes.
Well, wait, no, it isn't though, right, Mary Ellen? Because at that amount is $519,762 above to cover
Yes.
this budget.
Yeah, you have a little extra.
So
in
if
there,
you
right?
We had a little bit of cushion in there, but council made some changes and reduced that amount that we did have in there when we gave you the proposed.
And if
Yeah,
you-
so
and if you ding
conceively,
that-
though,
if
you
ding
would-
that off, it's
Yeah.
$2.222 million and $145.
Yeah, so I mean, that is a cut, but it is not it's not an SLA list. So you would be pulling that piece off with it that would leave you the amount you're talking about.
Thank you.
Okay, so we have I think, we don't have a vote officially on this, but this is the time to declare that you're okay, given the input you received from answering questions and from public input and your own analysis. Are you okay with what we said the last time, the highest possible rate that we would consider tonight is 53.0254. And I, for one, understand that there are places where you could maybe cut, but most of those, to me, are one-time things that'll come back to bite you in the future years. I'm not good on kicking the can down the road. We got a great fund balance. We got a great bond rating. I think I'm okay with that rate being the one we adopt when the time comes. Mr. Smith?
Sure. Thank you. Yeah, a lot of the discussion I heard sort of says the fact that we have a fund balance, whether it's in equipment replacement or fund balance, is somehow an indicator that we over budget and that we should just change the way we budget and everything would be fine. But those fund balances are part of what got us a favorable bond rating. And I can tell you, I can remember when we budgeted 100% for personnel, and when we went to the 97%, what it does at the front line level, especially if you have a department that only has like 3 employees and no turnover, you end up at the end of the year, you don't have enough money in the budget to pay all your salaries, so you have to do some gymnastics to get that to, I mean, you can do it because the money is somewhere else, but it's not in your budget. So, so this is a thing that, that's how it sort of affects you in real life. I agree with what the mayor's saying, and also Ms. Kuna, defer and delay is a bad policy. I think kicking things down the road just makes it cost more later. And the pain is, then we'll be having to go to the voters to get a tax rate that would pay for the budget that we have to have. And if we keep with the plan that we've got, we're going to keep a fund balance and have something ready. I think one of the things I recalled, when the federal government cut our funds to our housing programs, we didn't cancel the contracts. We went to our fund balance and kept that going. That's the kind of thing that fund balance allows us to do. When those unexpected things drop on us, we're able to continue on with the plan, and providing affordable housing was one of our big goals. And so That's, as a council, we took that fund balance and said, no, let's keep going. Let's push these projects on through. Our community needs them. That's what that fund balance gives us the ability to do, and I'm not interested in, doing things that might chip away at that. I think we should use it when we need to use it, but to basically say, hey, we've got a fund balance, let's just reduce how much we set aside for equipment replacement, or let's reduce how much we set aside for salaries since we're going to have turnover. Let's increase our estimate for turn. It's like, this is just, that's just not the way to do it.
Mr. Wright, do you have any comments?
I had one, Mayor, just.
Ms. Mcllhaney, and then I'm going to go to Mr. Shafer.
Just to confirm, in the budget, I do believe that $250,000 for plug and play was on the O&M side, as it was a agency level fund. Am I wrong?
It came off of the fund balance. So when we entered into that agreement, and we have a few others that way, when we enter into an agreement that we basically say, we don't know if this is going to be perpetual, we're going to try it and see, then we put it on the one time, partially because O&M is so hard to come by, and because we have fund balances, so we pull it off of there. If we were to get to a point that we said this is going to be an agreement, any agreement that we would continue, like we do with most of our outside agency funding, then it would switch to O&M. So in this case, it was in the one-time item,
Okay.
so it didn't gain us anything back on the recurring O&M.
Yeah, it'd be good to ask, just to confirm, that $250,000 is not in the O&M budget for general government for the coming year, correct?
I don't believe that we put it in the
Exactly.
recurring O&M,
Yeah,
no,
right.
sir.
Okay, I don't think it's there, so you don't save it by having
Okay,
to take it out.
I thought I saw it there.
Good question, good question. Mr. Shafer, do you have any further comments? I would like to make one further comment, and it kind of comes back to something that I think Mr. White mentioned about our friends in the legislature and what they have done in the past couple of years that have constrained the city's budget. I would say, in furthering my argument about protecting fund balances and establishing strategic position, that if you keep a fund, a tax rate at about what we're proposing here, as opposed to the no new revenue rate, you think about the legislature, if they go to a 2.5% limit on the revenue to generate it out for O&M out of the tax rate, you're in an even bigger problem. We're looking at a 3.7%, looks like it's stabilizing, or if certainly not going down in terms of inflation rate. And a lot of the discussion of what this increase is inflation. That's really what it is. And that's a real cost, just like it is to my household and yours. So we're dealing with inflationary forces, but even if they stay at 3.5%, that 3.5% will be on a lower number if you adopt the no new revenue rate. If you adopt this rate, the 3.5% will allow you a little extra to cover the inflationary costs next year that the council next year will have to address if they want to maintain a good staffing and address the staffing costs where you got a significant amount of money. So that's another reason I don't really like the no new revenue rate on a perpetual basis is, even a one-time basis, is you've lost the effect of inflation on your operating budget. And when you lost it one time, man, you lost it because you can't make it up the next year. And so that whole idea of going back and doing that, even though you can find money playing around here and there, you take it out of the fund balance or you take it somewhere else. That may be what other cities do, but that's not what I, as mayor, would prefer to do. I like to keep a good, solid fund balance across all of our funds, and I'll just leave it right there. Thank you. Any other comments besides Mr. Yancy probably wants to make? You said you were going to keep.
Do you want us to talk about the tax rate or the budget?
Tax rate is what we're talking about. So I'm arguing keeping the tax rate. We're not making a vote right now. Mary Ellen says she would like to hear something from us.
Correct,
And
because.
that's what I've been addressing.
Because there is a legal order in which we
Yeah.
have to do these.
Right.
That doesn't make sense to anyone, including me, which means that we have to adopt the budget next.
Yes, the budget is the next item.
And so that budget assumes a revenue. So you kind of need to have the discussion about where a third of your revenue is coming from before you adopt the budget. Then after you adopt the budget, then you vote on the tax rate. So we are just giving you an opportunity to have that discussion so that you all know where you stand before we go to the next item, which is to adopt the budget.
It may well be that council members, we have item 8.2 is a presentation of the budget and discussion. And there are a couple of people that want to speak about the budget and maybe repeat what they've already said. But we're taking it in the legal order that you are required to give it to us. So it may be that people want to talk about that budget before they vote on a tax rate. Yes, Ms. Mcllhaney?
Then I'll give a couple thoughts on the tax rate, proposed tax rate. One thing about this budget, it asks us to increase our O&M, I think, by 1.2%. And as far as I can tell.
Yeah, that's about our overall.
So
correct.
1.2% increase in our operations budget against approximately 3% inflation over the last year, maybe
Yes.
3.5.
We're effective. 3.5, and we've assumed 3.
Okay, so when we get to the budget, I think we're doing more with less. We're adding personnel. We are continuing to provide excellent service level. Again, doing more with less. I also am very proud of us. We have one of the lowest tax rates, even at this proposed increase, compared to our sister city over here, Bryan. I think they're at 0.624 right now. Waco's at 0.755. That doesn't mean that we're the same. It doesn't mean that the items or the valuations are the same, but we are very responsible in maintaining a tax rate that covers our basis without being overly pushy toward it. And I do completely agree with the legislative uncertainty. David just got back from a TML legislative review today. The legislature's not in session, but when they gear back up, there are things that we have to pivot left and right just to make sense of any detail in the budget. And I think we would be doing ourselves a disservice, just like the mayor said, by adopting that no new revenue rate. This is not an attempt to augment the coffers. It's a strategic position to maintain stability in our city for the long term.
Mr. Yancy, you want to make a comment?
Yes, Mayor.
Or knowing that we got to come to the budget next.
Yep. I'm just going to say to my esteemed colleagues, this is not kicking the can down the road. Internal service funds are far in excess of need. Everything is a matter of degree. It's easy to talk in generalized terms about, well, we don't want to touch that because something could happen in the future. When it gets up to $250 million, do we look at it then? So everything's a matter of degree. The ISF are far in excess of need. Fleet's at $34.2 million, $34,282,000. We're buying $7.7 million worth of vehicles, which I want our staff to have. I think they need them. At that rate, we could do a charge holiday in fleet through fiscal year 31 and buy 7.75 million in vehicles per year. The vacancy rate is the exact same thing. We've never touched it. We've never touched it. Never touched 95%. So why not move it to 95% in order to cover this? And I'll close with my trusted life coach and political advisor, my wife of 40 years here in 2 weeks. This is not the time to have a tax increase on the citizens of College Station. My constituents are paying more in health care premiums, home and auto insurance, rent, mortgage, property taxes, groceries, and utilities. We have the ability to reduce costs so the tax increase doesn't have to happen. I happen to agree with her 100%.
I appreciate your wife's commentary, but she didn't sign up and didn't appear for the public hearing, so I will assume that is your message, which is fine.
Yes, sir. I ratify that message 100%.
And did you want to, I saw you push the button.
No, I just,
On
I
tax
mean,
rate?
you don't want our answer now, right?
Well, you're going to get a vote chance, but.
Okay, so I mean.
All Mary Ellen asked me to do was make sure we had a chance to discuss it, and everybody's had a chance to comment.
Okay.
That wanted to comment. Otherwise, we'll move on to the budget, and then we'll come back, and ultimately what we got to do after we adopt the budget, whatever it is, we have to assure that the tax rate we're adopting covers the O&M budget.
Yeah, and I just want to make a comment. I did come back from TML. TML is our association that helps our cities. I can tell you the mayor is exactly right. We have to look down the road. You know, they look at that new revenue rate as about a 3.5%. State legislature is seriously looking at about 2.5%. Okay, so it is going to impact us from next year and the future years when it comes to a budget. So I think after all this discussion, Mayor, your last comments really kind of resonated with me because you have to take that in consideration whenever you do. I have my recommendation, but I just wanted to point that out.
Thank you very much. If there's no other items, Mary Ellen, can we move to item 8.2, which is not a public hearing, but I do have a couple people want to speak on it. It's a presentation, discussion, possible action on an ordinance adopting the City College Station 2026-27 budget, and presentation, possible action, discussion ratifying the property tax revenue increase reflected in the budget. And then 8.3, we come back to the tax revenue again, but
like I said,
trust me,
this
that's
doesn't
just
make
what
sense
this,
to me either.
it's
but this
what
is
the
how we
state
have to
requires.
do
So
it.
the next one, we will have two motions, but you'll tell us that when you get to it. So
Correct.
make your presentation, please.
Okay, so this is the summary of the proposed FY27 budget. We have in the general fund, which is what pays for primarily police, fire, parks, public works, it's $171,908,384. The enterprise funds, which are electric, water, wastewater, drainage, roadway maintenance, et cetera, those are $192,894,671. The special revenue funds, which include things like HOT, the impact fees, et cetera, that's $29,948,951 for a total O&M of, which is operation and maintenance, which is 1 year's worth of operating the services in the city, is $394,752,006. The capital, as we have discussed, as appropriations, and it is $181,594,394. What is in the proposed document is $576,346,943. Council has directed changes of net of $40,398. Those changes include a increase to the outside agencies for the health district that was proposed during the budget workshops of $100,000, an increase to the Chamber of Commerce outside agency of $7,250. We have decreased the outside agency amount for the Brazos Appraisal District based on their budget that was received after the proposed budget was prepared. That decrease that we received from the appraisal district was $180,200. There was a change, increase in the library request that we have an ILA with the City of Bryan. We also received that after the proposed budget was prepared. That increase was $13,348. And we have an increase of $100,000 that we are including in the budget for next year related to special elections. If you recall, that general fund kind of pie said in the $4 million amount, there was an amount set aside for special elections based off of what has occurred within the city related to y'all's positions between the proposed budget and now. It looks like that we need to have about $100,000 to be able to pay for those special elections. That total is the $40,398. So the budget that we are asking you to vote on tonight is $576,387,341.
Okay. This is not a public hearing, but I do have...
No, but if you have people who you would like to have speak,
Is
now
it
would be the
okay if
time.
I have those people come speak before we ask questions? You guys okay with that? Okay. I have two people signed up to speak on item 8.2. Miss Elizabeth Cunha is first, and followed by Peyton Holt. This is a discussion of the overall budget, as you've seen. Thank you.
Yes. Okay, Elizabeth Kuna, I live in the Shenandoah subdivision on College Station. I just wanted to touch on the capital budget. I hope that you will support the Public Works project wholeheartedly. I recently went by to get a firsthand look at what we have known to be the problem for years. The current facility is not enough. There is not enough room for their staff meetings. There's not enough room for their trainings. There's not enough room for all of their offices to be in one location. There's not enough bays to address the workload. There isn't a bay large enough for the largest fire trucks to be serviced. There's not enough parking spaces for the million-dollar vehicles outside of a floodplain. The parking lot literally sits on the edge of Bee Creek, and I am told heavy rains result in hip-deep water when you're walking in the parking lot. The facility is not enough. The shared vision is to build a state-of-the-art facility that will see us through the next generation, built to accommodate the growth and demands that we know are coming, like we did for City Hall. A chamber designed for residents in numbers so large we thought we would never fill this chamber, but it has filled to overflowing. There is space on either side of the dais for the expansion of the city council itself. Bigger than we need, because we know the need is coming and we only want to build it once. We need to have started on this project yesterday because TerraFab is going to cause a foot race for construction supplies and for manpower. Please do not delay or dwarf what is needed. Contrast that with the $10 million general fund dollars you want to give A&M to help them spruce up Hensel Park. A&M did an outstanding job with Aggie Park without us. I am confident they can transform their Hensel Park, which is their property, without us. TAMU increases their enrollment by thousands each year and fully expects the city to provide the housing, the sanitation, the public safety. The least they can do is provide their own park improvements. As you review the capital projects as it contributes to the overall budget, please trim our elective expenses and fully support city needs like a new public works facility. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Holt?
I think I'm on this one, and the next week is removed.
Okay, do you want to speak on the next one? Okay, I'll leave you there. Okay, that is the two people that have signed up to speak on item 8.2. Now, remember, this is the overall budget, which includes the enterprise budgets as well as the general government budget that we have discussed endlessly about, with respect to the property tax. So the chair is open to any further comments. It looks to me like Mr. Wright is finally willing to speak and not pass.
Yeah, I move to approve the budget.
I'll give you the words when we're sure. I have it all written out for you.
Do you have any comment before we get a motion on the floor? I guess is better said. Okay.
Okay, my comments. I absolutely believe that our operating budget is as tight as it can be. We do a fantastic job of providing services to the citizens of College Station. And basically, we are budgeting to continue that and to improve it. And that's what we should be doing. And so I'm fully supportive of that. The capital budget, I support the capital budget as well. I having been on the staff in developing capital plans and going through this cycle, we would have these bond issues about every 5 years, because about every 5 years we've built up some debt capacity, and the list of projects you need to do is always longer than the amount of money you've got to spend on it. And so the process is to take that debt capacity, prioritize those projects, draw the line and say, okay, this is what we're going to do. We did that as a council in February. And that's where that project list that's in the budget came from. So I am absolutely supportive of that. We went through a very rational process for doing that, and it's not a new thing to look at your debt capacity and budget to it, knowing that as time goes by, that debt will drop off and we'll have new capacity and we will move on. And the fact that we have a fund balance to help us meet unanticipated needs is one of the other things that makes me feel very comfortable supporting that budget.
Mr. White, your turn. Any comments on the budget?
Yes, I am in total support of the city manager's budget as he presented it this evening. 19 additional employees, pay increases. However, I think that there are areas that have been discussed this evening that we could look at to find funds. Just as an example, we budgeted last year, when we had this discussion, approximately $98.5 million in salaries and benefits. We actually are we're anticipating at the end of this year to spend $92.8 million. So as you can see, $5.5 million, I think is what the thing. We're budgeting next year $103.5 million. So from just a budget comparison, you're looking at almost, well, from actual to budget, you're looking at almost a little over $10 million to do that. I think there's some savings that could be used. Right now, as you propose the budget, there's a $300,000 surplus. Maybe we can just make it a completely neutral budget and use some of that savings to lower the tax rate as well. Therefore, I propose and am in support of the full budget with a tax rate of 52 cents.
I think if we want to have a process here, you can make a motion to reduce a particular item in the budget specifically and see if you get a second, and then we'll discuss whether that passes or not.
Exactly. I mean, again,
we'll go down the line, there may be other people that want to do different things.
Okay, then I would like to make a motion that we adopt a 52-cent.
No. The budget, tell me in the budget what you're reducing first. That's what we're voting on is the budget here.
So, yeah,
Tell me where the budget is going to be cut. How are you going to cut?
Mayor, so what you would do is, I mean, you kind of explained it. So you would basically propose modifying the budget and with the intent that in the next budget, if you pass this budget with those modifications, we would be able to adopt a lower tax rate that would support that budget. So if you're proposing that we remove the approximately $500,000 in overage or reduce the budget or reduce the budgeted amount for vacancies, which if that's the case, and I know this is like a minor thing to you guys, but that it would be with the understanding that obviously when you do that across the board, we will have to move that around per department because of kind of what Councilman Smith said, but you would propose modifying the budget basically to do those two things or any others. And then if that passed, when you came to the tax rate, you could then move to adjust the tax rate to support that budget.
Well, then I need to ask a question. What approximately 1 cent minus the 300,000 surplus would equate to?
1% of.
Because that's about what it is. I'm saying 52 cents and the proposed rate is 53.
You wanted to reduce something in the budget. Tell me what.
You're
talking about salaries.
Okay, no. I don't want to micromanage.
What the councilman.
I think it's the city manager's job to discuss and figure out where to cut. I'm just saying this is the revenue that we're going to bring in. Based off that, I'm going to let the city manager decide where to cut.
The city manager has proposed a budget that we have to deal with. So we're dealing with a proposal from the city manager. And if, for example, you want to deal only with that 95%, 96% down to 95, you can propose that because you know, you've already given me some numbers on that. I don't know whether that'll pass or not because ultimately that is a policy and I don't know whether we're going to have to come back with a change in a change, or do we have to come back with a policy change that goes through an ordinance, Mr. City Attorney?
Well,
Or is this
really
just
what.
an operating procedure, not a formal council policy?
Right. If the council wanted to make a change, we would look to see if we need to make any revision to the budget and financial policies that we have.
Okay.
That would
So you don't need a
address
policy
that.
change from us. You can propose it, but just propose it in terms of what you wanted to reduce in the budget. Because he's already recommended.
But I think
us
what
to
you're
do.
asking is, if you move the vacancy rate in the budget from 97 to 95 and pull out the approximately $500,000, the intent would be, would that cover enough to get you to a 52-cent tax rate? You're asking that
That would be
question.
one option. Internal funds would be another option. I mean, we had a lot of discussion about a lot of different things. I mean, I wasn't gonna propose a discussion.
Couple of
Okay,
routes.
let's cut baseball, $1,750,000 out of baseball. Okay, that's fine.
Okay, a couple of ways this can happen, which we normally kind of give this during the budget workshops, but there's a few ways council can change the budget, right? The one we would prefer, or I would prefer, is you say, specifically, I want you to change this, add this, subtract this.
Okay.
And then we can certainly give you, quantify what that would need to be. And then that will correspond to a potential tax rate change if it changes, right? Unless you equalize it out. Or you can, as a council, say, we just want to straight up cut X amount of money. City manager, what do you recommend? Now, if that's the case, we're going to do it like right here tonight because we have to pass a budget that says this is what we're going to do. So I'm going to cut it somewhere. That's not my preference because, again, I've recommended to you what I think, and I would prefer at this point you guys make those decisions. But if you just say, we're going to delegate it to you, then I will do that and then do my best on the spot and then potentially would come back and modify it later. But what it seems like you're saying is you have a general idea, and if those two items will allow you to get the tax rate to where you want it to be, then that's what you'd like to propose the change. The alternative is you just say, I want to cut enough money to get to 52 cents, and city manager, tell me how you want to do it.
That's exactly, yes.
You want the second one?
What?
Where I tell you? If that's it, then that's the motion you make.
That's the motion I make. I would like to have the tax rate at 52 cents, which is a little over 1 cent less than what proposed rate is, and I would like the city manager to make the decisions on where that cut would be.
So the motion would be effectively that you are making a motion to cut the budget by an amount equivalent to what would need to be to get that tax rate and me to do it. And if this passes, I'd just like a minute to.
And with the understanding that we would take some of that out of the surplus. Because
Yes, yeah. That's the first thing I'm going to do.
Yeah, so it's about 700,000, give or take.
Okay, does everybody understand? I haven't heard a second yet, but maybe you didn't understand the motion. Do I hear a second to his motion? I don't hear a second to the motion. Your motion dies as lack of a second. Is there any other motion you wish to make, or you want to pass it along?
Yes, Mayor.
Miss, who said what?
I did. This way.
Oh, and what's your, well, no, I'm going to Miss Mcllhaney.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought it was an open call. My bad.
No, because we haven't, we didn't get a second on the motion, so we didn't vote, we're not voting. We're just going ahead. Miss Mcllhaney?
Okay, I've got notes. I usually don't speak from notes, but today I am. So there's been a lot of time, energy, and effort spent by this entire council reviewing dozens of different ideas, and this budget is the result of that, combined with City Manager Woods' formal recommendation to us. There is no easy button, and I'm not sure that a little bit more analysis would get us a much different response. The central case for this budget is straightforward. College Station can either invest responsibly in the services and infrastructure required by the city we have become, or defer those needs and pay more later in higher cost, weaker service, and greater operational risk. This budget chooses the responsible path. It keeps recurring finances balanced, preserves strong reserves and credit, holds operating growth below inflation, and funds the public works facility needed to maintain streets, drainage, public safety, support systems, and other essential infrastructure. It's financially sound, service-focused, and honest about the cost of maintaining a growing city. It is not perfect, no serious budget is, but it is responsible. As stated when I was talking about the tax rate, we are increasing our operational budget by only 1.2%, and that is well below the cost of inflation. We are doing more with less. The general fund is structurally balanced. Recurring revenues exceed recurring expenses, and one-time expenses are being funded with one-time resources, not used to conceal an ongoing imbalance. The city maintains its full 25% reserve by policy, plus approximately $42.4 million in genuinely unassigned general fund balance. College Station also holds Moody's highest possible bond rating, AAA. These are not the financial indicators of a careless or distressed city. A tax rate should not be judged in isolation from what it supports. This budget adds police officers, addresses concrete and ADA compliance, strengthens cybersecurity, maintains infrastructure, and plans responsibly for a city that has already grown, not one we might become someday. I absolutely support the Public Works facility. The $55 million cost deserves scrutiny because it's a significant investment, but the right question is not whether a Public Works facility is expensive. The question is whether College Station can continue delivering essential services efficiently, safely, and reliably without a facility designed for the city we've become. Public Works is the operational backbone of the city. They're the people and resources responsible. They are the people and resources responsible for streets, drainage, traffic systems, concrete and ADA repairs, emergency response, equipment, and the daily maintenance of billions of dollars in public infrastructure. Residents may never enter this facility, but they rely on what comes out of it every day. A properly planned facility consolidates personnel, equipment, materials, and operations, and all the things that Ms. Kuna was referring to when she was talking about her direct experience with having a tour out there. Deferring the project does not make the need disappear. It means larger costs in the future with the rising cost of construction costs and the deferred maintenance and the inability to optimally maintain our city assets. I don't view this as choosing a building instead of streets, drainage, or public safety. This facility is part of a system that allows us to maintain those things and to respond appropriately to the taxpayers' investments in public assets. See, I do better when I don't write notes. I do think this budget is what this city needs right now. It is the responsible budget. It may not feel that way, but this is what strong governance requires of us. We need to make sure that we are not just looking out for today. We need to look out for the future. This is a generational investment, and I think the size of the capital investment that we're talking about reflects the level of consideration. All of this is received by all of us all year long. And I do fully endorse this budget, and I absolutely am appreciative to staff, all of the departments coming together to produce something that keeps our city running strong, not just today, but in the future.
Thank you, Ms. Mcllhaney. Mr. Yancy?
Thank you, Mayor. I gave to my colleagues last month my $65 million in cuts. I believe they were responsible. I put it in writing. I'd like to point out I do have $12 million in there for Public Works. We have to do something at Public Works. I just don't think we have to go to the mat all in fiscal year 2027, and that is having a budgetary impact by stuffing more money than we can spend in the next fiscal year. I've also got net of those $65 million in cuts, a fire station, which we haven't talked about and ultimately will have to. So you know my position on capital. You got it in your hand.
Are you prepared to make a motion on something specific on the budget that's proposed? Because that's really what's on the table is this 576.
Well, I'm hearing monologues up here, and I thought this was my closing.
You had one earlier.
But if it really reflects this budget here, not necessarily some position paper you've made, which I understand has some real serious considerations in it. You've done a good job, but put them into the context of this budget and let us know what you're proposing.
I move that we adopt the current tax rate for fiscal year 2027, and that we direct staff to either 100%, which it would fund through vacancy rate policy adjustments, and/or a very small piece that they might want to take from internal service funds in order to hold the rate at that number. And I'll not.
Okay, so it's similar to the motion that was made here. You're stating a tax rate.
The only reason I couldn't second that one is because it was 52 cents. We're at 51.119, I think.
That's fine.
Yeah.
I just want to make sure I understand the motion is done the same way that this motion was done, except you got a different base.
Yep,
Correct?
with ample elbow room.
And you're directing staff to find those funds in two places.
Either or both, their choice.
Well, both.
I think we have to consider something.
But I want you to be specific as to where they should cut.
I will.
Rather than just, or if you want to say anywhere, he says he will do that.
Dozens of Cracker Jack professionals have worked on this budget going back to March.
Right.
You can't expect lay counsel to tell them to the penny. I think we can rely upon their expertise.
It's not the penny, it's just those two categories you already mentioned.
Those two ample
And that's where you would
categories.
find the amount of money that it would take to offset the entire proposed tax increase.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Do you understand the motion? I don't hear a second. Do I hear a second?
I'll second.
All right, we have a motion on the floor and a second. You've spoken. Anybody else need to speak to this? The motion on the floor, as I understand it, is to cut the budget by the amount that it takes to stay at the current tax rate and directing staff to find it in those two categories of, which categories again? The
vacancy and ISF.
My only comment would be I would also, maybe if you expanded it to include the 300 and some odd thousand of
surplus
overage. And the only issue I've got, which if it passes, I can come back and try to, I need to look at it, is on the internal services fund, I don't think we can use that and have a structurally balanced budget. That's not as easy as finding it. So if there's some expansion where you say, find it, we could definitely come back. If that was the intent, we could cut it down to that amount and potentially come back.
You wouldn't need it. You've got $519,762 in overage.
Well, that's what we had before additions. I think it's closer to 370 something now.
And $5 to $5 million in vacancy overage based on historical precedent, if you go to 95.
I don't think 97 to 95 gets us 5 million. But okay, but if that's where we're at, I just wanted to say that's fine. If we were going to look in those categories, then that's where I'll look.
Yeah, I guess what I'd offer to my colleagues is this doesn't have to be this hard. We have a $576 million budget, and we got to find $2.222 million to keep the tax rate the same. It's simple.
But it all comes back to operating costs. That's where the property tax works, only on the operating budget. So that's where you got to find the savings.
Yeah, to be clear, I know we know this. We cannot pull the $2 million to balance the tax rate out of $575 million. $200 million of that is purchase power. So you're talking about the general fund, which is $140 million, and you're talking about the O&M side of the new part. That's what you're pulling, the $2.2 million. But I think I understand the assignment and the motion.
Can y'all tell me the number? Because I think I have it, but I want to hear y'all tell me How much?
Verifying that I've got the
Right.
math on the fly correct right now, but it's more than 2.2. So.
Thank you, that's what I
we're
thought.
I had
doing math.
2.5.
To go to the, while we're stalling here so they can figure it out, at 52 cents it was 1.8 million, and so if you pulled off the
51 to
what was going to go to the fund balance, it was going to be about
1.8.
1.5. So it'll be
810.
I have 4 of my staff back here because we had a feeling that we were going to have to do this without all of our spreadsheets. So we are up here doing this on our phones and on the printouts. So we are all verifying what these numbers are when we give them to you. Right now, at the 51.1872, we would have to cut out of the O&M general fund budget somewhere between $2.7 and $2.8 million. That's the number. We all have it.
Okay.
But
Plus or minus a little bit. That's why I said 2.7 to
Plus-
2.8.
Can you
Plus or
tell me what
minus-
mine would?
plus or minus 519,000, right? Because
No, that's included in there.
that's what you're over. So
No, we've already included all of that. Again, we're doing this on the fly. We know what the spreadsheets look like. We know what we've got included
Yeah.
and where to look at this. So on the fly, we are between 2.7 and 2.8 million.
so just work off the 2.7. If it passes, we'll figure it out and come back and we can adjust the margins as need be.
and the savings by going from 97 to 95, did anybody on vacancy?
I need a spreadsheet for that. There are 1,100 employees in the city, and about 900 and some odd of them are in the general fund, and each different department is at a different amount.
So
if you cut that 95%, you're down to 95%, there's going to be different impacts in all of those departments that we have to roll all the way through.
Okay, council, I understand the assignment. Why don't, if you have a motion in a second, I think everybody generally understands. It may take some back and forth. If it passes, then maybe we recess and give me a minute and we'll come back and provide any clarifying information. But I don't want to argue it out until we've got to that point.
Okay. So we're going to vote on the motion. The motion is, as you heard, to reduce the budget to the amount that it would take to get us back to a tax rate of last year, 51.118 something, and direct staff to find those cuts in 2 general areas, or maybe we'll have to figure out something else. All those in favor of that motion?
Point of clarification.
Well, you seconded, yes, go ahead. You seconded the motion.
If this is voted down,
Yeah. We just go back to.
They'll need another motion.
we'll have another motion to.
Yeah, exactly. We'll continue this because who knows, Mr. Shafer may want to cut some budget somewhere. And we haven't done this. I mean, we're doing you first. He's proposed a motion, fair enough. We're just going to deal with him, that's all.
Okay.
And we went on after yours failed.
We went on mine.
Yeah, okay.
All I'm going to say here is if you cut this and then somebody makes a motion to add back 2.7, I'm out.
Well, I frankly, everybody knows where I'm going to vote on this, but I'll just call a vote on the motion as stated. All those in favor of cutting this budget as was discussed and directing staff to find the money in the existing budget and reduce it, signify by saying aye and raise your hand.
Aye.
All those opposed? Aye. Motion fails. Okay. We've had that opportunity to have that discussion. We're back to the current proposed budget, which is $576,387,341. Mr. Shafer, you haven't had a chance to weigh in, but if you want to weigh in, you're welcome to it.
I'll weigh in, Mayor. I appreciate it. I mean, I've been listening, and I appreciate that we have these discussions, and I appreciate the constituents here tonight who've had things to say about it. I appreciate my fellow council members. We have, for those of you in the audience, been talking about this for 6 or 7 months now. We've seen all these things. We've talked about these things repeatedly. We've had multiple discussions. We've heard from Mary Ellen many times. I really appreciate Manager Woods getting up this evening and giving a full overview of the budget and what they do as a staff. I have a lot of faith in this staff. It's a very well-run city, and I just want to tell you that I think, and I certainly am in favor of this budget. I certainly don't have any animosity toward my fellow council members who see it otherwise. That's why we do this. But I feel like you've heard a number of things tonight that should make most residents feel very comfortable with the way the city is managed fiscally. And I think that I appreciate that. I really appreciate what Melissa had to say. She made notes. She didn't want to read notes, but your notes were very good. And I fully agree with those. I think, yeah, it's just from our standpoint, it's really good to have these meetings and have these discussions. But I want to make sure you understand that we have been talking about this and gone over it many, many times. So sometimes it's hard to be here and be a council person and have these kind of discussions at the end where things are going to change all of a sudden. And I appreciate it. Sometimes it's necessary. Sometimes things do change. But from my standpoint, it's all good. It's well done. I'm very happy with it.
Thank you, sir. Mary Ellen, will you put that next slide up there, please? Which tells us.
Okay, this is the legal wording to adopt the budget. Notice that it is in two parts. You need to make two separate motions. This is something where I do need each individual to vote separately.
Okay, so it's a vote by position. So we're going to
Yes, you need a motion and a second.
Okay.
You can make the two separate motions and then two separate seconds and vote on them.
Separately.
Yeah.
Well, let's start with the first one. I think Mr. Wright wanted to make a motion, so if you will read that motion, see if we get a second, and then we'll vote by position.
All right, I make the following motion on the ordinance as it appears on the dais. I move to approve the proposed FY27 budget for the City of College Station for a total proposed budget with revisions of $576,387,341.
Do I hear a second?
Second.
Mr. Smith, let's say Mr. Smith seconded. I heard 2 seconds, but I'm choosing Mr. Smith on this one. Okay, we have a motion on the floor. Anyone wish to speak to that? Okay, let me just make one comment. No, let's vote on it, and then we'll do it separately. I'll have a comment afterwards. All those in favor of the motion as stated regarding the budget for FY27 signify by,
Individual.
We're individually start with place one.
Place 2, aye.
Aye.
Mayor's aye.
Aye.
Respectfully, nay.
Aye.
Okay, motion carries 7-1. 6-1, I'm sorry, I get my numbers. 6-1. I would add that, and from what I hear up here, I hope that the council coming in next year, I think 2 or 3 issues have been raised regarding the fund balances that we might have. For example, Mr. Yancy's made a passionate argument about the service fund for vehicles. Is that really getting too large? I think council budget and finance committee could start that discussion early. And I think the same thing can be true about the process that they use for deciding whether it's the vacancies 97 or 95, and actually making a strong case whichever way that wants to come out. So those 2 items ought to be directed back to staff for next year's analysis and much prior to the development of the budget, and typically that starts in January. So I just add that to what I think I've been hearing, but we have adopted a budget at the number that's stated there. Mr. Mayor Pro Tem, do you want to make the second motion?
I'd love to. I make the following motion on the ordinance as it appears on the dais. I move to ratify the property tax increase reflected in the FY27 budget.
Ms. Mcllhaney, you want to second that? We got a second from Ms. Mcllhaney. Any further discussion on the tax rate? If not, all those in favor, we've got to vote again in order. Mr. Smith?
Aye.
Place 1 is aye. Place 2 is aye.
No.
No at place 3. The mayor is aye.
Aye and 4.
Respectfully, nay.
Aye.
Okay, the motion carries on the tax rate 5-2.
Mayor, just real quickly, I just want to say, one, I thank everybody for having this discussion. I know it's weird, but I actually really enjoy it because too many years I've seen budgets go along without these conversations, and this is real money for real people. I also want to thank the staff, not just fiscal services, but especially Mary Ellen Leonard and her team and our CFO. It takes an incredible amount of expertise to not just run a city financially, but to put these things together. And all of our departments that put a lot of work into putting these budgets together and trying to prepare for if they change on the fly. So I appreciate not only the people who spoke tonight, but the people that call or email and ask questions and can't be here and that are involved in this. And, I say it every year, but where you put your money is what you care about. And this budget is real people's money that goes to serve those people. And so it deserves a lot of time and consideration. And I appreciate all the work our staff and council and the community put into it.
Mary Ellen, 8.3 is another presentation that we are required to do according to state law, and that's fine. It sounds repetitive, but we will do it because you asked us to, if nothing else, but because it's a legal thing, we're definitely going to do it. I'll just read it. 8.3, presentation, discussion, possible action on approval of an ordinance adopting the City of College Station 2026-2027 ad valorem tax rate of 0.530254 per $100 assessed valuation, the debt service portion being 0.202646 per 100. That's 20 cents point, let me just leave it that way, per $100 assessed valuation, and the operations and maintenance budget portion being $0.327608 per $100 assessed evaluation. Ms. Leonard, do you have anything you want to add to this?
I do not.
Do you have a motion that you would like? Oh, okay.
This is the same slide that we've seen multiple times tonight. This is the wording of the motion to be able to adopt the tax rate. It is all one motion.
Okay, Mr. Mayor Pro Tem, would you like to read the motion?
Would love to. I make the following motions on the ordinance as it appears on the dais. I move that the property tax rate be increased by the adoption of a tax rate of 53.0254 cents per $100 assessed evaluation, which is effectively a 6.01% increase in the tax rate. I also move the maintenance and operations rate to be 32.7608 cents per $100 assessed valuation, and the debt service rate to be 20.2646 cents per $100 assessed valuation.
Do I hear a second?
Second.
Second for Mr. Shafer. Again, do you want to?
It needs to be a roll call vote.
A roll
Yes,
call
ma'am.
vote again. We'll start with place one.
Aye.
Place two?
Aye.
Three? What?
No.
No.
Nay.
All those in favor of the motion I'm asking for. Well, okay.
Yeah, well, it's
No,
a
that's
roll
okay.
call, so I
You're
need
nay. You're
everybody.
nay. Okay, we'll count it that way. Aye.
Aye.
Respectfully, nay.
Aye.
That motion carries 5-2. Okay, so we now have item 8.3 dealt with, and the chair will call a 5-minute recess before we address the next, well, no, you're up there. Let's just do 8.4 because that's yours as well. 8.4. No, well, you don't have 8.5, but we'll do 8.4. I don't need to recess this moment, but in 5 minutes, I better.
Okay.
Okay, 8.4, presentation discussion.
This is the last item related to the budget. It is the adoption of the fee resolution. The fee resolution, as a reminder, there are a few changes, some typos that were included in my bad typing skills that we corrected. We've given you the adjustments. They're on your dais, as well as in a new summary memo. The fee resolution for FY27 has no rate increase for metered electric, water, or wastewater charges. There is multifamily tables that have been added, but there are not rate increases associated with that. That is a planning item for us for the future because we believe that we need to be, with all the high rises going into Northgate, we need to be on the utility side, be collecting information related to residential, multifamily, and commercial. So we're just trying to separate that out so that we can collect the data. There was a slight increase in the electric transmission delivery adjustment fee and a slight decrease in the renewable energy net metering credit. What that means is there is a slight decrease if someone has been selling power for solar back to the grid. There is a slight decrease in what they will be receiving. Water and sewer failure to provide meter access, we have added a fee because we have had a number of commercial properties that will not let us access their meters to be able to read the meters. And we need to give them a fee if they're not going to let us read the meters instead of just guesstimate at how much they're using. Water and sewer non-metered fees, which is the stuff that doesn't run through the meter, so it's not controlled by usage, those fees are being tied to the CPI. So things like failure to access will go up with the inflation rate in the future, not this year, but in the future. There is an increase of 3%, which is the CPI that we've been using for all of the fees that we have tied to the Consumer Price Index, all urban consumers. Those fees include the planning, drainage, and roadway maintenance fees. There is a 5% increase in the solid waste fees. Last year, council directed us to tie those to an index that is called the Consumer Price Index Water Sewer Trash Index. There is also something for the Northgate Commercial Compactor. The Northgate Commercial Compactor used to be based off of usage. However, that technology has died. We can no longer charge them based off of usage, and we cannot, at this point in time, replace the technology. So we are using historical usage for the Northgate commercial properties, and we are adjusting that annually based off of Consumer Price Index. And then the fire department has asked that we adjust the special events rate to the rate that they actually charge A&M. That is the changes that are in the fee resolution. To adopt the fee resolution, we just have one motion.
Okay, any questions for staff? I do have one person who wants to speak. Seeing none, Mr. Payton Holt had been signed up to speak. Has he gone?
Yeah, he said he didn't need to.
Okay, then I will move on. He spoke a couple times earlier, so I think he's conveyed his general message to us. So that individual's not speaking, so we can move to, I saw no questions from council. Chair will entertain a motion regarding this adoption of the fees in this handout on the dais.
I'll do it. I move for the adoption of the FY27 fee resolutions as it appears on the dais.
Second for Mr. Shafer. Okay, those in favor signify by saying aye and raise your hand.
Aye.
Aye. Vote carries 7-0. Thank you very much.
Thank you. We are done with me.
Well, I didn't want to just get up and walk out before you finished your presentations. Thank you very much, and all the staff, not only those in the back row, but all the department staff that have been working carefully on this as well. We'll take a 5-minute recess and be back for the rest of the agenda. two of us, we can't agree. Can't close the recess, there's three, four, okay. You got four, already banged the gavel.
As they say in the Navy, there's only one head back there. So.
There's five. There's six, and there's seven, okay. Blame it on the previous council, and then you can do what you want.
That's right.
All that money, see?
You're a smart man. So you set me up for success. I like that. I mean,
Well,
that's your departing gift.
yeah, that's my gift to you guys.
Thank you.
All of you on council. Okay. All right, gentlemen, ladies, we are out of recess and we'll return to the regular agenda. I have, the next item is being item 8.5, which is a public hearing, presentation, discussion, possible action regarding an ordinance amending Appendix A, Unified UDO, Article 4, the zoning district, Section 4.2, official zoning map of the Code of Ordinances, City College Station, Texas, by changing the zoning district boundaries from PDD Planned Development District to T Townhouse on approximately 9.75 acres, generally located west of the intersection of Harvey Road and Boonville Road. Garrett Seagraves will be the presenter. Thank you very much. Welcome.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mayor. Good evening, council members. Garrett Seagraves, Planning and Development. This evening's request is to rezone approximately 9 3/4 acres from PDD to T Townhouse, and the property is currently undeveloped. This property's comprehensive land use is general commercial. However, the abutting land is designated as urban residential. General commercial allows for areas of commercial activities that cater to both nearby residents and to the larger community or region. Urban residential allows for areas appropriate for a range of high-density multifamily and attached residential developments in various forms. The comprehensive future land use designations are generally more flexible and not tied to a specific boundary, unlike the zoning districts. The proposed zoning for T Townhouse is consistent with the comp plan, as it will allow permitted uses within the zoning district, and it aligns with the 2007 approved Summit Crossing Master Development Plan, which allows high-density single-family housing behind the commercial area along Boonville Road. The request tonight is to rezone 9.76 acres from PDD Planned Development District to T Townhouse. After discussion and review, staff has determined that this request met the outlined rezoning criteria, such as being consistent with the comp plan, a fitting use appropriate for the area, and physical suitability with the proposed district. This was heard at the August 6th Planning and Zoning Commission meeting, where the commission unanimously voted for approval 7-0, and I am happy to answer any questions, as is the applicant.
Any questions for staff?
I'd move to approve when you're ready, Mayor.
We got a public hearing, I'm sorry. I'm not ready yet.
Just logging.
Okay, log in. Okay, no questions for staff. There is one individual signed up to speak, so I'm opening the public hearing, and Steve Smith. Mr. Steve Smith is here to speak on this item.
I'm Steve Smith from College Station and live at the 1720 at Harvey apartment complex at 1720 Summit Crossing Lane that will face the Townhomes. I grew up around the concrete in Houston. It is sad to see the loss of so many trees when it could be avoided. Making money should not be the only thing to consider. Research shows our mental health is better when we can spend some time seeing nature. It also is good for the environment, and it helps with flooding because water is someplace to go and not just the concrete. Having at least a line of trees is good for the townhome owners as well. They would not have 3 floors of us in a large apartment complex that face them, so this affects a lot of people. Having trees there would help the townhomes be worth more. This is not an either or. It can benefit both groups for many years to come. The developer would not have to pay for someone to remove trees that are left. And please think how you would feel if someone wanted to tear down trees by where you live. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate that.
Mayor, can I ask him a
well,
question?
Yeah, you can ask a question, yeah.
Sir, so to clarify, you're not standing in opposition to the project. You're
Correct.
just wanting a stand of trees left between the properties?
Yeah, there's all these trees and undeveloped land along the back of the property. And I intend to be there for the rest of my life. And I have a beautiful view of trees and undeveloped land
Can you
out my
put that-
window.
Yeah, put that map back up there so we can see it.
And I'm just trying to keep at least a line of trees that kind of between us and the townhome owners, because that's good for them too.
So you
Instead of having
live, you
three
live in a
floors.
house
You live
in that rural area?
Instead of having 3 floors of people in apartments who can look at the townhomes, just something to kind of divide is all I'm asking for.
Thank you for your clarification, sir.
Okay, this is a zoning change. Mr. Seagraves, would you come back up for it, please? Well, is there anyone else who wishes to speak on this item? The public forum is still open, but I only had Mr. Smith signed up. So I'll close the public hearing and ask you another question or two. This is a zoning change. What he's referring to is the site plan
Yes, sir.
issues. I have no idea. Obviously, setbacks are required, and depending on your townhome, the townhome property backing up to rural.
So I
think-
believe the property he was discussing is actually the multifamily development to the south on this map.
Oh, he's in the apartment complex, in the multifamily. I'm sorry, I thought he was in the rural area. Well, multifamily against townhome, you have to do what you have to do. But appreciate your representation of the issue. Before us is the zoning question. The public hearing has been opened and closed. We saw the Planning and Zoning Commission addressed it. The issue that the gentleman raises could be considered during the site plan development, depending on the owner of this property, who can respond as they wish. Chair will entertain a motion regarding the requested zoning change.
Move to approve the rezoning as proposed, Mayor.
Thank you. And seconded by Ms. McElhaney. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? You're
No,
opposed?
no, 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 I
You're
was
you're
raising my
aye?
hand for
Okay. The motion carries 7-0. So we have rezoned the property, and thank you very much, Mr. Smith, for your comments. Hopefully, you can have that addressed by the owners of that property when they submit their site plan. Items 8.6 and 8.7 are city initiated and are come together. Let me just read those. We'll open the presentation for both, and then we'll have a public hearing for both, and then we'll vote separately, one for land use and one for the zoning. Items 8.6, Mr. Howell. Public hearing, presentation, discussion, possible action regarding an ordinance amending the comprehensive plan, future land use and character map of business center to general commercial for approximately 106 acres generally located east of the intersection of Midtown Drive, Corporate Parkway, the same property. Also 8.7, public hearing, presentation, discussion, and possible action regarding an ordinance amending Appendix A, UDO, Article 4, zoning districts, Section 4.2, official zoning map of the Code of Ordinances, City of College Station, Texas, by changing the zoning district boundaries from M1 light industrial to GC general commercial for approximately 92.88 acres, generally located east of the intersection of Midtown Drive and Corporate Parkway. So there we have it. I'll turn it over to Mr. Howell to make the presentation on both land use and zoning.
All right, thank you. Good evening, Mayor and City Council. Jeff Howell with the Planning and Development Services Department. As was mentioned, there are 2 items on the agenda for approximately 106 acres of land. As you can see from the aerial, the subject property is currently vacant and located generally east of the intersection of Midtown Drive and Corporate Parkway, and is currently a city-owned property. And so the first item that's before you this evening is a comprehensive plan amendment to change the future land use designation from business center to general commercial. The general commercial land use designation is appropriate for areas of commercial activity that cater to both nearby residents and visitors. And so in conjunction with this, the applicant is requesting to rezone approximately 93 acres of the subject property from M1 Light Industrial to GC General Commercial. And this is in an effort to provide additional commercial uses that would not otherwise be allowed under the M1 Light Industrial Zoning District. And so in coordination with the Economic Development Department, there is a development agreement currently in process for a proposed use for a sports complex and a hospitality development for baseball fields. And so staff has received no communication in support or opposition to these requests. However, we did receive 5 phone calls of inquiry. And so with that, staff is recommending approval of both of these items. And both of these items were heard at the August 6th Planning and Zoning Commission meeting, where they were unanimously recommended for approval. And that concludes my presentation, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Okay, so just to clarify, these are city-owned properties currently?
Correct.
Until some development agreement proceeds, it remains city-owned property?
That's correct.
Okay. Any questions from staff or from council for staff? Okay, I'm going to open the public hearing on both the land use and the rezoning question. I know as a representative of the property developer, potential property developer here, but I don't know if there's anything further unless somebody wants to ask a question. It's a public hearing, so I opened a public hearing. Anyone wants to speak to us? I didn't have anybody signed up. Therefore, I will close the public hearing and turn to the will of the council first on the land use item 8.6.
I would move approval.
Second.
Motion made by Ms. Mcllhaney and seconded by Mr. Shafer. If there's no further discussion, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Aye. Opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Chair will entertain a motion regarding the rezoning of this property. Do I hear a motion?
So moved.
Motion made by Mr. White, seconded by Mr. Smith. Hearing any further discussion? No discussion. All those in favor of this zoning change signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries unanimously. So that's 8.6 and 8.7. Thank you, Mr. Howell. Thank you for those individuals that are working with the developers to make this thing a wonderful public opportunity. All right, 8.8 then we're moving to is public hearing, presentation, discussion, possible action regarding an ordinance amending the comprehensive plan by amending the thoroughfare plan and active transportation master plan to remove the future extension. I said remove the future extension of Corporate Parkway, a major collector between Midtown Drive and William D. Fitch Parkway, including associated future bike lanes and sidewalks, along with realignment of the future Spring Creek Trail to the existing Lick Creek Trail. Mr. Jason Schubert, we finally got to a transportation item. Welcome.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor, Council. Jason Schubert, Planning and Development Services. This item is a thoroughfare plan amendment with associated active transportation master plan amendments. The corridor in consideration tonight is what we refer to as the Corporate Parkway extension. Corporate Parkway currently exists between Highway 6 and Midtown Drive, and the thoroughfare plan shows it being extended in the future to the east over to William D. Fitch Parkway. This proposed thoroughfare plan amendment and associated items would remove that from the thoroughfare plan. When considering a comprehensive plan amendment, they should be based on changes or changing conditions. And there's 5 criteria that the Unified Development Ordinance provides. As we know, as Jeff just mentioned in the prior items, the area outlined in green is what was just rezoned in the previous item. This area is consideration for development through a development agreement with the city and the potential developer. This is a conceptual site plan that was provided in the traffic impact analysis that they provided. This is not a final site plan or what have you, but just for context as it relates to the map. And you saw the future major collector would bisect this baseball field area. So that is definitely part of something that the city is negotiating with them on pursuing. The other parts of this amendment are the future thoroughfare would have bike lanes along it, so those would be removed, as well as sidewalks along it, so those would be removed. This does not mean that there would not be city streets within this area, but it's not this particular one on the thoroughfare plan going from one end to the other. Another part of the amendment is at the end, you see the little realignment of the proposed shared use path. The Spring Creek Trail is currently shown on the plan, master plan, to go down to William T. Fitch. This proposed amendment would actually have it dog leg over and tie into directly into the Lick Creek Trail, so they wouldn't have to have another pedestrian bridge across Spring Creek in that area. This item was considered by the Bicycle Pedestrian Greenways Advisory Board and is recommended for approval. It's also considered at the August 6th Planning and Zoning Commission, where they also recommended approval, though it did have some concern about traffic impacts in the area with the removal of this future thoroughfare. This item is for it's a public hearing for your consideration tonight, and council may approve, deny, or defer to a future meeting. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Questions for staff? Mr. Yancy, please.
Yeah, two short ones. We're removing the pathways from what would have been corporate Parkway per se, but there's still trails in there that are going to integrate with existing city trails, just kind of woven through and or around the sports complex development. True?
Correct. Yes. What's you see here on the screen is the dashed green line. That's kind of on the southern end of that property. That is actually what we refer to as the Spring Creek Trail. And as a future, we're calling it Spring Creek Trail because it's along Spring Creek, just like Lick Creek Trail is along Lick Creek. So there's a future trail that's there that is on our plan that remains there. As part of the development, the council has approved the contract for the design of the internal roadways there. As part of that, there are the plan is to do shared use paths on both sides is the current design of those. And so there will be a network of shared use paths along those internal streets as well as along the external existing Lick Creek Trail and future Spring Creek Trail.
Good copy. And then I've never, unless I slept since then, heard you guys offer a deferral for us to punt to a later meeting before. Was there a specific reason that was in there, or do y'all do that all the time and I've just forgotten?
It is always a action that council could, basically postpone the item to actually be decided at a future date. It was just referenced in here just specifically because this property is under negotiations that actually hasn't come about. So there's no obligation to have to act on it tonight, and I was just providing that option.
I thought that might be it. Thank you.
Mr. Shafer, you raised your hand?
I didn't actually raise it. I was pointing to Mr. Yancy just to indicate that he had a point to make. But I would second what he asked about, and I would say that the bike, being a part of what's now the Active Transportation Advisory Board, or the ATAB, which I think we're about to hear about, I would say that yes, this area still stands to have good access regarding bike pedestrian use in the future. And it will have a lot of internal sidewalks, et cetera, as Jason noticed, if this development occurs.
What happens if the development doesn't occur? It's still city property.
Correct.
And the city can decide what is necessary or
how to develop ourselves or in a sale to some other party, what conditions there may be.
I just wish Mr. Davis were here, but since he's home, maybe watching from home. Any other questions from staff? For staff?
So I want to follow up on the mayor's comment. So if for some reason the development does not happen, can we put the road back in? I mean, I'm interested in the deferral option. I mean, I don't think that we're going to have any issues there, but.
Are you betting against baseball?
I'm sorry?
Are you betting against baseball?
No, I'm not betting against baseball. I'm all for baseball. I'm just saying that, it's just there's no development. We have no agreement quite yet on that. I just thought it was an interesting comment.
Yeah, so
I'm fully supportive of it.
Yeah, this amendment is coming forward as city initiated in relation to this potential development. It is city-owned property, and so if removed by action this evening, it could be added on. It also is city property, and in developing it, we can put whatever.
Whatever
streets- It doesn't need to be on the plan for us to
There you
construct
go.
streets.
Thank you.
Yeah, there's no one signed up to speak at the public hearing, so I guess
Yeah, we're good.
they're all good with what is proposed. Any other questions? If not, this is a public hearing. I have no one signed up to speak on it, but I'll open the public hearing and see if anybody is moved to speak. Seeing no one, I will close the public hearing and we'll move to the will of the council.
Move approval.
Second.
A motion made by Ms. Mcllhaney, seconded by Mr. Shafer to approve this item, removal of that Parkway. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries unanimously, and thank you for bringing it to us. Jason, we appreciate that. Where does that leave us? So we've got to deal with one more public hearing, and this has to do with, do I have to read this whole thing? Mr. Joe Allen, there you go. I will give it a try. Basically, the public hearing and presentation, possible action regarding ordinance amending a whole bunch of stuff. And I will leave that for the staff to incorporate into the minutes. By amending certain sections related to the name, membership, and duties of the Bicycle Pedestrian Greenways Advisory Board and references to the Bicycle Pedestrian Greenways Master Plan. It's a whole bunch of changes. I will have Mr. Allen speak to that and tell us what we're doing here. Welcome.
Happy to be here. Good evening, Mayor and City Council. Tonight's item is an ordinance amendment meant to update references to the city's Bicycle, Pedestrian, and Greenways Master Plan, which was replaced by the College Station Active Transportation Plan back in May. It also updates characteristics of the Associated Advisory Board. And this ordinance amendment addresses action item 6.1 of that master plan. Included in the list of changes in this ordinance amendment, we have updating the name of the board as well as references to the board that is charged with oversight of the master plan to read as Active Transportation Advisory Board. It clarifies board duties related to city projects and developments that include active transportation facilities. It also makes some changes to the characteristics associated with certain board membership positions. One of these is removing a board position representing environmental science, floodplain management, and natural resource management. These responsibilities have been shifted to other positions in the Plan and Development Services Department. It revises the description of 2 board member positions by replacing an interest in open space preservation with micromobility. This new description for these positions reads as members with an interest in walking, running, bicycling, and micromobility. This was done to reflect the broader organizational changes mentioned previously, as well as to ensure that micromobility as an emerging form of active transportation is properly represented by the board. There was also a 3rd member with this description added to the board, but does not alter the total number of members on the board. It also adds event and program management as an additional characteristic of an existing board position. This particular change was a request made by the BPG board when it was heard previously. It removes architect from the list of professions associated with an existing board position as well. Removes references to the Greenways Program Manager position. This particular position is not current, and the responsibilities associated with this position have been shifted to other positions within Planning and Development Services. It updates the name of the master plan from Bicycle, Pedestrian, and Greenways Master Plan to Active Transportation Master Plan. And it also updates references to the topics of bicycling, walking, and greenways to active transportation. The Bicycle, Pedestrian, and Greenways Advisory Board voted unanimously in support of this ordinance amendment with the minor change mentioned previously on July 20th, and the Planning and Zoning Commission voted unanimously in support of this ordinance amendment on August 6th. And with that, I'll conclude the presentation, and I'm available for questions.
I had just a general question. There was some concern, and I will include Mr. Shafer to maybe comment on this, about the authority of this new board. And there was some discussion I saw in the questions that were posed by council members. Maybe they can speak up if they wish. I assume that's been resolved, and it really had to do with, is this board now under this new name still going to have the same recommendation authority that they had before?
It does. We had made the language change just to sort of clarify what their roles and responsibilities are. Rather than review projects as they come through, we provide updates to the board so that they're up to date on different projects associated with active transportation in the city.
But they can still ask questions about projects and get and make recommendations if they wish, correct?
Correct. Yep.
Mr. Shafer, this is your committee. Did you have any heartburn over that, or is it these views pretty much reflect yours and the committee?
Yes, these reflect what we talked about, Mayor, and Joe's done a nice job relating that. I saw that question too, and I thought, whoa, wait a minute, but then I went back and read, and there's still plenty in there to give us the ability to make recommendations forward to the P&Z and to the council.
Okay. This is a public hearing, but I'll ask, is there any other questions for staff? Seeing no one else, I will open this public hearing. No one has signed up to speak, so the public hearing is open. I see no one coming forward. So I'll close the public hearing and turn to the will of the council.
Move approval.
Motion made by Mr. Shafer.
I'll second it, but I just had a comment there. It looks like with the changes in the personnel, you're really trying to focus more on the micro-mobility and the active transportation versus the, you kind of have a little bit of a direction change that embraces kind
Yeah,
of
it's a good point, Melissa. So, I mean, I think this whole thing comes down to a division. Years ago, and I was around years ago when this happened. It was about sort of greenways, which is more inclusive of the environment and floodplains and a number of things. And that's now under the purview of the Parks and Recreation Department. And I think that's appropriate, given that it's about green space and the things that are related to parks. And this is really more to focus on. And we've seen, we've all known, we've talked about this many times, the active transportation piece includes, for example, the electric scooters that are now very active again in the community the last few days. So we want to be more aware of that. The staff is working really hard to figure out ways to make that sort of use safer and better integrated into the transportation system. So there has been a shift, you're right.
I second.
Okay, I heard a motion by Mr. Shafer, a second by Mr. Mcllhaney. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor of this change, or series of changes as outlined, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries unanimously. So now we move to item 8.10, I guess, which is yet another public hearing. And this has to do with, and Mr. Sittler is here, Ms. Sittler. Public hearing, presentation, discussion, possible action on an ordinance vacating and abandoning full 11,759.1 square feet of variable width public utility easement, and easement being over and across and upon the West Park Addition Block 2, lots 2R, 3R, 4R, and 5R, according to the plat recorded in volume 11,331, page 115 of the official records of Brazos County, Texas. Jillian Sittler.
Yes,
Jillian.
sir. Yes, sir. Good evening, Council, Mayor. The last request tonight on this regular agenda is a request to abandon the public utility easements that lay across the properties addressed at 300 Fidelity, 601, 603A, and 603B Highland Street. This request comes from the applicant who's looking to redevelop the properties. These easements were originally dedicated in 2013 as additional utility easements needed to cover public infrastructure to service the current end product that lays on the properties. With redevelopment, we're able to reevaluate these additional easement needs. Currently, within these easements lays a private telecommunications line as well as gas line. The respective utility franchisees that own these lines have signed off providing consent to this, as well as verifying that with redevelopment, the lines will be abandoned in place. Now, also within the easements does lie College Station water line as well as electric lines. To cover our assets, a temporary blanket utility easement has been dedicated across the full extent of the property subject to this redevelopment plan. With the construction, the water line will be removed from the system and the electric lines will be reconfigured to better service the proposed end product as well as the surrounding area. As a part of the application process, the applicant did approach their neighbor over on 302 Fidelity, but was unable to obtain a consenting abutting neighbor signature. The cited reason at the time of application was that the owner of 302 Fidelity was looking to redevelop their property and didn't want to do anything to delay any of their project approvals. Two important notes to consider as a part of this abandonment request is that that redevelopment project of 302 Fidelity has since been approved, constructed, and completed. And the easements that are subject to tonight's request lie entirely on the applicant's owned properties and will not result in any sort of partial abandonment of easements laying on non-applicant owned properties. With that, all other utility franchisees have signed off verifying that there's no current or future need for these easements, as have all applicable city departments and divisions. I've received no contacts regarding tonight's request, and with that, I'm available for questions. I am unsure if the applicant's representative, who's to join us online, stuck with us tonight, but I can do my best.
I just have a question for educational purposes.
Yes, sir.
Since we do want to have water lines in there, you talk about a temporary blanket easement. Help me understand that a little bit better.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
What does that mean?
Yeah, so effectively, the addresses of 300, 601, 603A, 603B, and 605, those properties are all of the applicants' owned properties that are going to be part of this redevelopment. In preparation for tonight's request, we, as a part of actually this whole application process, we required that they dedicate a blanket utility easement. So effectively, it's an easement that follows the legal property lines as platted. So it's not just the little blue squares that you're kind of seeing on the picture today. It encompasses the full of those lots that I've mentioned. And this easement is temporary in nature, which means that they will need to file a release application. It's not an abandonment application, so I won't need to come back up here in order to release it, but that does allow staff to verify that the applicable reconfigurations have taken place and all new specific easements have been dedicated.
And protects your current
Yes, sir.
active water line and electrical lines.
Yes, sir,
They
just
won't-
the same as
they
the
won't-
current
They won't be able to do a thing until they get that release, and that happens after the site plan has been approved.
Correct,
with
yes,
the-
sir.
With the new easements that are going to be required. Okay.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Appreciate that. Any other questions for staff?
What a briefing.
Yeah.
Military official.
Seeing none, we have one more
Excellent.
public hearing. This is a public hearing on this item 8.1. I have no one signed up to speak on it, and I do not see anyone coming forward. The public hearing is open. No one has appeared. The public hearing is closed, and I'll turn to the will of the council.
Move to
regarding this
approve.
easement. Motion made by Mr. Yancy. Seconded by Mr. Shafer to approve the PUE adjustments as outlined. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Oh, goodness. Whoa, well, that brings us to item 9, which is items of community interest and council calendar. On the back side of your packet somewhere should be a council calendar. It's right on the screen. Oh, man, that's a pretty short one. Must be because of Labor Day and not many meetings
It's too hot
scheduled
outside.
around that. Any items of community interest that anyone wishes to?
Mayor, I just want to highlight, we had what's become an annual event, the Off-Campus Student Services Fair here, and we had well over 1,000 people. And so we had 1,000 people in 100 and something degree weather. So it was a pretty successful event, and a lot of our staff participated, a lot of A&M staff participated, and fantastic event, and always cool to see City Hall full of people, but really, really well attended. A lot of stuff about mobility and bikes and city services and helping people that are moving in understand how to integrate into the community. So another good event, and shout out to Barbara Moore and Taitlin for putting that on, helping put that on.
Thank you. Yeah, that is always a great event. Not always, but in recent years since we started it, it's been turned into, I think, a very useful and well-received event. Any other comments from staff on item 9?
I have one question.
A question?
According to Garrett, and I think he's right, the girls are back in town because we drive through Sorority Row all the time. I noticed we had a police officer there pretty much all of the last week. Is that placed there by us, or do they who pays for that? I'm just curious.
The sororities pay for it. They contact us to help with traffic through there.
I noticed the ones that were out there patrolling and directing traffic were our younger cops. Do they fight for that position?
They want the overtime.
The overtime? Okay.
All right. Council reports on committees, boards, and commissions. Anybody have a committee meeting in the last 2 weeks?
None reportable.
None reportable. None reportable. Okay, we'll move on to item 11, future agenda items and the review of the standing list. I've been taking notes on the back side of the sheet that I have that has the current list. Looks like September 10th we do electrical services update, comp plan annual review, or road routine things. It's on the back side of this packet that you have here. Anyway, those are the three. In the state of the city, we'll finally find out. Oh, by the way, Ross, some city up in North Texas just had a state of the city, Hearst maybe, or Frisco. It was on Facebook. So there are, and you probably already know, there's models around if you want to study that, or you're going to bring it to council, I guess.
Yeah, we got some. We'll
You got
bring
some
it.
ideas, okay.
I do just want to point out, it was asked about our flock contract. That will come back the second meeting in September. So I know it's not a future agenda item, but that we would put on here, but just so people know, since
It'll be the
that's
second meeting in September. Okay.
Correct.
September 24th. All right. Any future agenda items beyond that? Mr. Yancy and Mr. Wright. Wait.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I said Mr. Yancy first.
Oh, Mr. Yancy.
I mentioned his name first, so you go
Okay,
first.
that's fine.
He's letting me talk again, David. I'm kidding.
Well, you know what time it is. So
I don't know if this is a agenda item or if it's an informational request from the executive team. We have these junction boxes, GTE, old telecom junction boxes, all over town that are abandoned, knocked over, exposed wires, look ugly, inoperable. Those are our right-of-ways that those are in, right? Can we either A, hold those companies accountable for removing those or putting them in good working order, or B, if the companies no longer exist, Ma Bell or whatever, can we just rip them out and move on?
We can definitely provide you guys some information, and if it needs to be a future agenda item, I have lots of thoughts on those. So we can, but it's a mix of what you said actually, and what we're able to do or can. But we can kind of give you guys some information, and then if it's something that you want to see talked about publicly, especially if it's something that's like not a yes or no.
Yeah, I've gotten photos from a constituent who ran into me, and
they're by a lot of schools too.
There's hundreds of them.
Yeah, this is something that I think we all get comments on, and we've got our own thoughts on. Well, yeah, let's consider it an information item. Give us some data, statistics, and then we'll decide on a future agenda item later. Any other questions, items? Yes.
Once again, I think this does not fall into the category of future items. I talked to the city manager, I talked to Ross. I would like to start a discussion about creating a safe pass ordinance for bicycles. It's so I've met with the folks that are proponents of this. We thought we would kind of take our time in doing it and maybe do it in conjunction with Bike Month next year. But after going back and visiting with them, I think we would like to try to get it done sooner rather than later. So once again, I don't think, according to our city manager, we don't have to bring this back, but
No, I mean, I think we can bring the ordinance to you. I don't know that you need a workshop per se, but.
Well, no. Let me just say, I think a workshop's always helpful because I don't understand what this commits us to.
Okay.
And so I would prefer to have a little time to discuss it.
Okay.
But it doesn't have to be in a hurry, whatever his agenda suggests, whatever yours is. And if, we've had a little bit of discussion in the past, but I just don't know. You bring an ordinance to us, this city adopts ordinances up or down with one reading. Other cities in their charter, they have 2 readings, so you have a time to digest and get a feeling about it.
Up to council, if you want to discuss it in a workshop, then that's what we'll do.
You want to just brought to us or
I'm fine with it coming to us if it's going through with, it'll have to go through Scott's board, won't it?
Yeah,
ATAB?
we'll run it through your committee. That'd be great if we want to.
Yeah, we've had it come up. We haven't taken any action on it. I appreciate, David, you bringing this up. I think however staff feels best. We could talk about it in the ATAB, or we can bring it to council. Either way, y'all want to do it.
We'll bring, I mean, I think logically we would bring it to you guys
That
first.
sounds good.
All right, if they've had their discussion, they recommend it forward, I'd probably okay with it.
Do you think that
But I can ask my questions that night. I just want to make sure people know that we are actively doing this.
Okay.
And that's the purpose of workshop. So right now, you're not asking for a future agenda item. You're just going to work on with the staff and with the ATAP committee. All right, no other future agenda items, so I will declare this meeting is adjourned. Thank you all for being here, and thank you all for staying. Of course, when staff has the last bite of the apple, you got to stay, right? Oh, man.